Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and we are on the last row of Village Street. This time we've got a row of stars across the top, two different styles, but the interesting thing is the combination of colour that we've used across here and how we've put the different stars together. In the package, this final package that you will receive, you'll also receive instructions as to how to put the quilt together and the binding. So I do hope you've been keeping up and that you're anxiously awaiting the last package to come through your door. I thank you for letting me join you in your living room, and I do hope that you are enjoying and learning through this very enjoyable project.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
I'm so excited to tell you about Yarn Lane's Mystery Christmas Crochet Along, or CAL for short. Whether you're a crochet beginner or more experienced, you are going to love this project, as it builds each week into a beautiful, traditional Christmas blanket. But now this is the mystery part. To keep you guessing and to make it fun, we're going to keep the finished design a secret. So you'll only know what the finished blanket looks like at the very end when you add the border. We have set up a special members-only Facebook group where we'll be posting the next set of instructions each week, and you can ask me and Wendy Orlando, our star designer, any questions. It's going to be such a great community. So head to www.yarnlane.com for more details of how it all works and to buy your kit to join in with the Christmas CAL fun. Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street and later Yarn Lane. I have to say that because that has to be said first thing, because we've just had a Yarn Lane advert, so especially with the Yarn Lane we've got today. Very, very exciting. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Might not have anything actually to sell on the programme, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But we have Sewing Street for 4 hours this morning, and I am joined today by the wonderful Wendy Orlando. Elliot says we were separated at birth. Yes, there she is. Look, she didn't even know she was on there then.
That's not actually what he did say afterwards, wasn't it?
Anyway, it's bag making. We've been having a bag making fest, and today is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day of the Bag Making Fest, and today with Wendy we have 2 brand new bags, and I know how much you all love Wendy's bags. You are going to love these. They are fab. But first we've got Early Bird talking about bags. This is fab. So these are in this little pack 3 clasps, all 3. So one of them is like a clutch for the top of a clutch. One's your sort of medium purse or clutch, and one's your little purse. Really easy to use. You glue the fabric inside there. You can make them square, curved, all different shaped, and you can use any fabrics you want for them. So they are brilliant. Now we have only had these on there once before, back in April, ages ago, and they just sold out. I'm not surprised because of the price of them. Well, that was £8.97. £8.97. Oh, let's take some money off. Kat, let's take some money off. It's early bird. We have to take some money off. So I think £8.97 is an amazing price for those 3 clasps. A quid. Should we take a quid? £7.97. £7.97 for 3 clasps. So the measurement, it says 8 centimetres, 9 centimetres and 13 is the measurement that's across there. So you can use any fabrics for these. Now what's great is you could embroider the fabric, you could do patchwork, you could applique it, you can just use plain fabric, you can line them, but they are so sweet, aren't they? I would take them. I don't know if I can I take them out? Yeah, let's take one out. Oh, luckily, oh, that's all right. It's only sellotape, didn't have to break it. So they open up like this, little ball clasp at the top. Aren't they nice? I mean, so they doesn't have to be just a little purse. You could make a long strip at the bottom. Glasses case. Fit my glasses nicely, wouldn't it? So, look, sunglasses case, normal glasses case. Anyway, they have this little groove, can you see, just inside, and that's where you put the fabric into. Now, a really good thing to do this is to get some like parcel string, or you can get paper string. That's another thing they use. And you put the fabric in, you push that string inside and then glue it in, and that sort of holds it a bit tighter. There you go. 3 of them, all silver coloured. £7.97. Now, they did sell out. Now, if you're thinking quick Christmas presents, bit of fabric, embroider someone's name on, or because you don't need much fabric, if you've got some beautiful fabric and you don't want to use it all up, or you've been saving it for that something special, you've got 3 beautiful Christmas presents here. And I always think when you make things, they always look better with a bit of hardware, don't they? You know, when you've got a bag and it's got a little D-ring on, or a swivel clasp or something. So if you make a little purse, but it's got proper metal hardware, it always looks really posh. £7.97. And do remember that they did sell out the first and only time we've had them. Now, the price, if we don't sell out, which I'll be amazed if we don't, at midnight, the price will go back up again, up to £8.97. So this price is only today. We've done loads and loads of purse demos, but or if you haven't, if search on YouTube for Sewing Street, see our purse demos. Oh, there's plenty on the internet to see how to make them, how to do them. But there's so many different things you can make, and like this one here, this one's got loops. I'm going to open this one. So look at that. You see this one here. The medium, actually no, the big one as well, has, oh, that was my head, has loops. So you can add a little chain to them. You don't have to, so if you don't want to, it doesn't matter about the loops, but you can add a chain to them. And then they become like a little sort of posh little shoulder bag. If you pop onto our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, they do all the chains and everything. But, things like the William Morris fat quarters. So you can make something really beautiful and you don't need very much fabric. But £7.97, what an absolute bargain. And that's all of them. It's not just one of them, that's all of them. £7.97. Since I've taken all the others out, I'm going to take this one out as well. Look at that. Big. This one's got big bobbles on top. Look. And it's got the chain rings as well. So you can imagine that, can't you? A little bit of metallic fabric. Actually, in the next hour, we've got some beautiful Japanese fabrics coming up that would look gorgeous with this, because the metallic in it, well, if we've got any left, we'll put them in the next hour so you can see them, how they look together. But that's the beauty, is you don't need very much fabric, so you can use quite expensive fabric for them, but you don't have to. Bit of just plain cotton. Remember, use all your other embellishing patchwork and embroidery, EPP. They're gorgeous as little EPP purses. So that's £7.97, and remember the price goes back up again at midnight. So if you want these, you need to pop them in your basket right now. All 3, £7.97. Not my glasses, you can't have those. So coming up today on Sewing Street, as I said, it is bag making day today. So at 8 o'clock we have Wendy with us, and she has got a brand new design called the Tapestry Bag, which there's one of the sample, that's the sample that Wendy's made, featuring beautiful tapestry fabrics. We have it available in 4 different colourways as well. So we'll show you those in a moment when we meet Wendy, because they are beautiful and really good value, amazing value for a tapestry bag, because that fabric is really heavyweight. It's like sort of upholstery fabric. 9 o'clock we have fabulous bag fabrics. As I said earlier, we have got the beautiful Japanese fabric and some canvases and some printed canvases and canvases with dogs. So that's going to be a good one. 10 o'clock, Wendy is back with another brand new design. She's so busy. It's a good job she hasn't got a life, isn't it? Like, she'd never get anything done. But she has designed the beautiful, like a weekend bag. Oh, look, there it is. A weekend bag. Luckily, Wendy's obviously the sort of person who takes a lot of stuff away at a weekend, because that's a decent size. That's a decent size. Good gym bag, or pretending to go to the gym bag. That's more me. 11 o'clock, bag kits revisited. So we have got lots of bag kits, and I know how you love a kit. Everything you need is in there. You haven't got to look for the pattern and the fabric. That is at 11 o'clock. And then obviously we have 12 o'clock. It's Yarn Lane. It's the launch of the Mystery Christmas Carol with Wendy and I. Now, last week we pre-sold it. So it wasn't the launch. Today is the launch. But I wanted you to be able to get your kit so that you were ready for today. Well, so many of you bought it. We've only got, how many have we got left now, Kat? No, 29. We had loads of them. It's been brilliant though. All over the weekend, over the last week, you've all been receiving your kits. Don't worry if you haven't got yours yet, because we are actually starting it this week. Some of you have been getting ahead, you've started. When you get your kit, you get the Facebook address, and then you ask to come in it with your order number, and I let you in if you give me your order number. And we've got a fantastic community in there. They've all started making their first squares for their mystery blanket. They're sharing pictures. Wendy's put videos in there. We've answered questions. It's been fantastic. But we haven't got anything to show you because it's a mystery. But today we are going to show you how to make block one. Then what happens after that, once you've joined our Facebook page, every week for 8 weeks, the next pattern goes on there. So by the time it gets to Christmas, you will have a beautiful blanket. Anyway, join us on Yarn Lane at 12 for that. But to start with, let's do tapestry bags. So Wendy, good morning.
Oh, morning.
Morning, morning. There you go. What inspired you then? What was the inspiration behind this?
As you know, I love tapestry fabric. It's
Yes.
one of my favourites. And before I came here, it was always the one that I would make bags out of because of its strength, its durability. And
Because it's not like curtain fabric, is it? It's like something you'd cover a sofa with. Fabric.
Although you could make one for your front door. I suspect you still haven't done it, have you?
No, I really do need one. I mean, it is, but it's thicker than normal curtain fabric, like upholstery fabric.
It
so
is.
Perfect for bags, isn't it?
And it's pretty standalone. You can see the one up there.
Yes.
And the reason I designed this one is because I don't know about you, this is my pop to the shop quick one. It gets to like 8 o'clock at night and then I realise I haven't got any bread or any milk.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to go to the shop. So it's got a boxed bottom.
Oh, nice.
Because
it holds a bottle of wine.
I
Wendy's pretending she goes to the shop for milk.
I don't drink, you know that. But yes, I'm sure it could because it does have an inner pocket.
Oh,
so you could, yes.
Nice.
But have you ever got to the checkouts where you've put your bag down and it just collapses?
Yeah, always. Yes.
And then you've got all your stuff in your hand and you're trying to, well, this one, it kind of stays there.
Because of the fabric.
Because
and
of the
the
fabric
box
that
bottom.
you're using. And you don't need anything else.
Oh,
so,
really?
No, all you need is what you've got in the
what
kit.
you've got there.
So you
and the
don't have to buy
instructions.
any extra.
None of that hardware business. Just thread.
Yes, and a machine.
Preferably
and
a sewing
time.
machine.
And, yes.
And a bit of time.
And your time. Although they are very quick makes. So that's the reason that I made it for those. And it's got 3 front pockets. Now they're slanted like that for a reason.
Right.
Because sometimes it's raining. So the top one, the long one here, I put my brolly in.
Yeah.
That one there.
Oh, okay.
And then I've got my purse.
Yeah.
And then I've got my phone. That's all I need for a quick trip to the shops.
Oh, okay.
So
you are allowed to take that down if you want to.
It's a bit high for
so
me.
it's umbrella, phone and purse.
Yes, so I can put because it's. I live down
That's what you
south.
need, isn't it?
It's sometimes it's not very nice weather down there. So I put my brolly in there, and then I
Fantastic.
wanted it long enough so that I could put my purse in, so that no one could grab it out.
Yeah, that's very sensible.
Yeah. And then,
well, there we go. So I'm going to start because we have 4 different kits. Now, in the kit, you get instructions, not available on their own. The only way you can get this, and this is $18.99. It's amazing, isn't it? $18.99 for the whole kit. So there's your instructions with Wendy's photos, everything you need to know. Very comprehensive instructions. It's all in there. Look at all those pictures. Really, really, really thorough, which is very important. Then you get 1/2 metre of the tapestry. Look at this. I'm going to open it out so you can see it. It's really clever, this, isn't it? Because when I saw it, Yes, Wendy?
Sorry, I just thought I'd better not interrupt.
Wendy's got her hand up. It's like
I have no
class.
idea if I've used the right side because that one looks beautiful on both sides. So I chose the one that I liked.
It does, yes. It's different on both sides, so you can choose. One is slightly darker than the other. I don't know. Don't know which is the right one. Well, you can normally tell from the selvage, actually. Oh, no, you can't with this one.
Exactly.
I think the darker one, yeah, I think the darker one is the right side. But anyway, look, it's super wide. Is it 150 centimetres? Really, really wide. Look at that. It's clever though, isn't it? Because it looks 3D. So you get half a metre of this beautiful 3D fabric, and you get half a metre of this charcoal. It's canvas. It's not just plain cotton. It's canvas fabric, so it's a really nice heavy duty. So that's a beautiful sturdy heavyweight bag for £18.99. So half a metre of canvas, half a metre of this beautiful tapestry fabric, and the full instructions. And that is the only way you can get hold of the instructions today. Now we have another two choices as well. I'm going to do the one that Wendy is going to be demonstrating with, and that's this one. So again, you get the instructions in this kit. Then you get half a metre of this one. I love that. Isn't that beautiful? That's very classic. Now look at this one's got two sides. Look. Quite like that, isn't it? So that's definitely the right side. So you should be able to know from the selvages now. But look, they are equally, because it's woven, not printed, the threads are woven through, so that's how you can see the pattern just as clearly on both sides. So you could choose whichever colourway you want. Very, very classy. Classic, that one. And that has a grey canvas, a pewter lining. That goes together beautifully, doesn't it? That's the one Wendy's going to be showing us. But, you know, if you, this is what you get in your kit. So if you think, well, I like that canvas, I'm going to keep that for something else. You could use, in fact, what you could do is you could use your own cotton lining fabric, and then you've got enough fabric canvas for 2 bags. You could have the tapestry for 1 bag and the canvas for another one. And don't forget you get the instructions as well, obviously. £18.99. Yes, Wendy?
Although I will say with the canvas, I think that's what helps the rigidity of the bag.
Right.
Just saying.
It wouldn't be as rigid if you did that, but you could. It just wouldn't be as rigid. And we have got other plain, in the next hour, we've got other plain canvases. So if you like these, hang on till 9 o'clock. Next colourway, this is lovely. Well, I like the mustard on the lining. I haven't seen this one. So look at the tapestry fabric on this one. Ooh, that's beautiful, isn't it? It's like stained glass, that one. Isn't it? It looks like the gold around here is like the leading you get in stained glass. That's beautiful, isn't it? And the lining, look at the lining. Mustard. That's very classy, isn't it? Now, the lining you will see on the binding that goes across the top of the bag, and then on the binding on the pocket as well. Like that one. So that one's called Vincent. Vincent, not sure why. That's the name of the fabric. And look, pink on the inside. Lots of these have gone into baskets. I'm not surprised. £18.99. It's beautiful. Thinking Christmas presents as well. Who would not like one of these for Christmas? Put it in your basket. Check out. Get it in a few days. Whip it up over the weekend. One of your presents done. Or if you know someone who loves sewing, we would all love this as a kit for our Christmas present. I would. And then finally, oh, I like the lining on this one. Again, remember you get the instructions in here, and here's the colourway. Holland, this one's called. But it looks 3D, it looks textured, like it's sort of, you can go into it. It isn't 3D, but that's the effect with the light and the dark. And that's the other side of it. So the more muted version. And with this one, you get this beautiful, like, deep turquoise, which is really good because it picks out the turquoise that's in some of these. That's really lovely, isn't it? Like that one. Now, remember, if you love these canvases, let me show you them. They're very wide. I think they're 150 again. Look, see, 150. Really lovely canvas. They're not like super stiff, but they're heavier weight than your normal cotton. But they are perfect for lining this sort of bag, or from the outer of a bag. And in the next hour, we've got even more colours. But it is beautiful fabric. So those are the 4 kits that we have available. You can't get the instructions on their own, so if you want the kit, you will have to buy it all at. But I think for $18.99 you get these full instructions, 1/2 metre, and both of these are 150 centimetres wide. You get 1/2 metre of the tapestry and 1/2 metre of the canvas, and that's all you need, other than some thread and a sewing machine. Then you can make it. Oh, we've got a message from Fiona. Morning, girls. Loving this bag. A query though. Does it have a zip closure, please? No.
Absolutely not this one, because this is literally pick it up, take it to the shops.
Yeah.
And also, I want to get the people that maybe haven't really done bag making before, because this is the easiest
Because your
bag
next one
ever.
has got a zip.
The next one has a
Yes.
zip, and I will show people how to
Okay.
put a zip in. So there's nothing to stop you.
This is-
If you're good with your zips, there's nothing to stop you.
You can
putting
easily
it.
pop one in the
Easily
top.
put one in there. But I wanted. It was very important for this kit that it's first of all affordable, because that's all you need.
Yeah,
and
yes, it
secondly,
is.
it was easy.
Yes, easy and very affordable. What more do we want in life? So if you're not sure, because we have got 4 different bundles, if you want any recaps, you can't remember, then just message in. How also, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down below that, you will see all the kits with pictures of them all, so it's easier for you to choose which canvas you want. And yes, some of the canvases we have got on their own. So the black and white one, which is this one, if you want just the canvas, $5.99 for 1/2 metre for this one, if you want just the canvas. New World, black and white, Little Harlequin. So if you're thinking, so on the web, the image is wrong for this. So if you're thinking, right, well, I've bought the kit, I probably would like to make a nether bag. Rather than buy another whole kit, you can just buy 1/2 metre fabric, and then you can make 2 bags. But this is the one that's right. If you look on the web, the picture's wrong there for some reason. Not absolutely sure why, but it is. So if you want to make another bag and you've bought the kit, then you can buy this on its own for $5.99. I think that's an amazing price, $5.99 for this. I mean, it really is super thick upholstery weight fabric. Right. So, which is the other one? Oh, the Little Holland as well. This one we also have by the 1/2 metre. Which one was that one? This one, mine, yeah, we do have. I like that one. That looks like Mary Poppins carpet bag.
On the other side.
On the other side?
Yeah, see, that reminds me
Oh,
of her bag.
yeah, that's
does.
very Mary Poppins
Yeah.
carpet bag, isn't it? And have we got the New Holland as well, Kat? Right. The other one that we have by the 1/2 metre is this one, the New Holland one. Now, they're all very limited in stock because all the fabric's gone into the kits. So we do have a little bit of this, $5.99 for 1/2 metre. So if you buy one kit, you can buy the other canvases and you can make yourself 3 bags because you've got the instructions. The instructions last forever. Right. Right, can we start the demo now? So, Wendy, where do we start? Do you need some fabric?
I do.
I need to just lend Wendy some fabric.
And we did make sure that it was out of 1/2 metre, because the last thing you wanted to do is just need a bit more.
Yeah, that
So
would be very annoying.
It is very annoying, so that's why I've done it, and that's why it's the size that it is. But it has got a
Okay.
nice boxed bottom. So let me just give this a press, because you haven't pressed it for me, have you?
No.
No, I know.
No. We need to give you something to do.
Now, I have cut the handles and made the handles first, because I have shown that as well before many times, how to make the handles.
Because that's quite simple.
But you do need to cut them out first, and it does state it in the instructions.
Right.
So that you can get the length that
Why?
you need for it. Because of, if you cut it out from the side, because it's only 1/2 metre, it's not going to be long enough.
Right, so you must do that
So
bit
you must
first.
do that, but it does explain it in the instructions. I don't know, it's like being home from home when I come here, isn't it? I've always got some ironing to do. Didn't have
I
much
should
today.
bring mine up with me. You could do that while I'm talking.
Is it really sad? I love ironing. Is
That's
that
really sad.
That is
Really,
sad,
really
isn't it?
sad. That's where we have nothing in common.
Do you not like ironing? I love ironing.
Absolutely hate ironing.
I don't iron everything.
Not as
though.
much as I hate gardening, though.
I love gardening as well. See, yes, perhaps we shouldn't say what we do and we don't like. 'Cause
I hate
so I'm
gardening.
just going to show you, because I've got the big mat out today.
Right.
Now, when you're cutting bigger pieces, I always like to fold them in half and use my stripology. But if you haven't got
That's
them,
the big mat. If you need a big mat,
this is the big mat.
$37.99. I've got a big mat.
I've got a big mat.
It's just easier, isn't it?
I've got 2 big mats. Because when I take my photos, because no matter, you know, you will sometimes pick up bits from it. So I've got a really pristine one for my photos.
Okay.
And because when you cut wadding, you sometimes get little bits of
does,
flex.
that's
But you
true.
can wash them, you can...
So if you want a really big mat, $37.99. I know, I have just one, the biggest one I could get. I could
They
use that size.
are fantastic because you can actually use the mat to cut. And I know some people don't realise that you can actually use the denominations on here.
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you how to do that. You do need a long ruler for this though. It doesn't matter if you have here, it doesn't matter if you have the wide one or the 6.5 one. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to line my fabric. The first thing I want to do, sorry, let's move you out of the way, is place it along the side so that I've got my selvage over one of the lines. Now, I'm not going to go right to the edge. I'm just going to go in on the one and I'm just going to trim it off. So I'm lining the one and the one at both ends.
Remember, Wendy's left-handed, so you probably won't be doing it this way.
You won't, no.
Just remember, you'll be doing it at the other side.
And because I've had a couple of sleeps, I do have to just look to see what size that I
know, 'cause you
want.
see, I'm looking at it and thinking, how would you do it that way? But it's because you're left-handed.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I have to. I
Yeah,
am a bit cat-candid.
mine would be the other way
I
round.
used to be called cat-candid at school. So I actually need, for my lining, I need, right. So I need 15.5. But because I've started at number 1, I've got to add 1 on.
Yes,
So I'm
yes.
going to cut it at 16.5. And all I'm doing is lining the bottom and the top on that 16.5. And how easy is that?
So if you're
rather-
right-handed, you line up the right-hand side of the ruler to the 16.5. But because you're left, you line up the left-hand side.
Yes.
I just don't want to confuse anyone.
But I am confusing
Yeah,
anyway,
no.
you know that.
No, as long as you just line up the other, it's done in exactly the same way, it's just that you line up the other side of the ruler instead.
And I find that when I'm actually crocheting, because I've taught myself right-handed, but I'm a lefty brain, sometimes I do look a bit strange what I'm doing. But I think that's just me. I'm not gonna blame
I know,
my...
but it's actually really good to have someone left-handed who's demonstrating, because all the left-handed people out there never get to see it.
Of course, yes. I do have my
So
purpose
now we
sometimes
have
in life.
left-handed rotary cutting, but you just line up the other side of the ruler if you're
So
right-handed.
I'm just lining that back up again. The only reason I'm not going right to the edge is because we're live TV and I don't want to shoot off the edge and cut your table because Elliot would not be happy with me. Right, so I do exactly the same here. But I just wanted to show people how easy it was to actually use these mats. Now, I don't know about you, I can't imagine you being on the floor, but you see, I always cut on the floor.
Never.
I can't
no.
see you doing
I
that.
think that would make my knees ache.
Oh, no, I can't see you doing that. What, go on, say it, why would you?
Donna says, have you got any tips on cleaning your cutting mat? I put mine in the bath.
Yes, so do I.
He loves it.
He loves it, does he?
It does. It's really good for it. What do I do with mine?
I just use hot soapy water.
Yeah.
Well, warm soapy water.
But you know, or you can just you can rub it off. Just it depends what you've got on there,
Yeah.
really, doesn't it?
It does because, as I say, if you're using wadding, that
Yeah.
it peels and it fluffs and you're.
But it also almost gets ingrained in there as
It
well,
does.
doesn't it, when you cut
It
through?
does.
So when mine gets really bad and fluffy, I put it in the bath and give it a good scrub. But otherwise, a damp cloth
Yeah.
works fine.
I don't do it as often as I should.
No.
Yeah.
But it's when I've been cutting a lot of wadding. A damp cloth will give it a good clean off. And sometimes it's actually just picking it up and giving it a shake
Yes.
as well, that you don't often do because it's lying flat on the surface. And mine's normally got loads of other stuff sort of around the edges.
Oh, no, see, I've got, this is going to sound awful, you know, like that old saying, brush it under the carpet. I've got a big rug in my workroom. So when I finished at night, because you're not supposed to you're not supposed to stand them up.
Oh no,
They're
I keep
supposed
mine
to
on.
stay flat.
Mine stays flat on the table, but it's always got other bits
Oh
around.
no, I haven't
it,
got a
you
big
see.
enough space to actually keep it on the table. That's the
Oh
problem.
no, mine does live there. So every now and then I do pick it up and give it a bit.
Oh no, mine
a
lives under
shake.
the carpet. That's right. So I'm just going to cut it the other way now. And all to do that, I'm just going to line it up under one of these lines because I know that that edge is now straight. Right, so I'm going to cut it.
Jan does it. Warm soapy water in the bath using a nail brush. Vacuum it
Oh,
first.
good idea.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Good idea.
I do sometimes. I vacuum my ironing board as well sometimes, because that's always quite often got little bits of thread on. And
no need
you know,
for
when you've
that,
been
is
trimming threads off, because I always use my ironing board sort of a work surface.
Oh, you're good. Have you got one of those little handhelds?
No, it's just when I'm vacuuming the floor and I'll give it a little vacuum.
Oh, you
It does
are
pick
good.
all the threads out. But warm soapy water.
See, I'd rather do my ironing.
I don't do it very often.
I'd rather do ironing than that.
But quite often then, if I'm ironing a shirt or something, it ends up with bits of thread all over it.
Oh, I'm always, my daughter just looks at me and says, Mum, I can't take you seriously because I've got bits hanging
always.
everywhere. It comes with the territory, doesn't
Jill
it?
says, morning, I always use a silicone eraser to get out wadding on the cutting mat.
Good idea. That is a very good
Never
idea.
thought I don't even think I've got a silicone eraser.
That is a jolly good idea.
I mean, it is important to keep it clean, because I have had mine, I think I've had mine for 20 years.
They will last you a
I'm
long,
sure I
long
have.
time. And it sounds really crazy because I'm doing a really sharp blade on here, but they are self-healing. They heal themselves,
I
don't
think
they?
I have had mine for that long. And my ruler as well. In fact, my ruling is starting to lose its markings, so maybe it's time for a new one. But then the fabric shop that I always go to in Bath, they get through them, and I'm always amazed, I guess, because they're always cutting to order, aren't they? And they sort of separate eventually. You can see the grooves, so they have to stop cutting in the centre and move over
Do
a bit.
they?
But I guess when you do that much cutting,
But they are, if the biggest you can afford, and I don't want to spend people's money for them, but if you can,
makes
it's like
it
with the
easier.
stripologies, the bigger you can go, because then you can always use it for small pieces. But if you go small, then sometimes there's that big piece that you
know.
want. And the last thing you want to be doing is cutting your table.
and I have done that.
Have
yes. Yeah, and I've got oilcloth.
Right, so I've cut
on my
all my
table.
pieces out now. I have, as I say, made the handles already. And then I'm going to take the smaller one because I know that's the front. Now what we're
But
going
you
to
don't need to know any of the measurements.
It's all
'cause
in
that's
there.
all
Absolutely
in the
all in there.
instructions.
Now, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to create the slant for your front pocket.
Right.
Now, I've done it like that. If you wanted a smaller front pocket here, then just start lower.
Okay.
And it's entirely up to you. This is the thing about my patterns. I don't care what you do to it when you've got them home. And with my angel policy, you can make whatever you like. You can sell it, you can gift it, you can do
but
whatever.
You can't give anyone
Exactly.
the instructions. You can sell what you've made, but you cannot give the instructions to anyone.
And even like just sending them by email is the same as
It's the
giving
same
some.
thing. And when you're tempted to do that, just remember how long it takes to write a
Oh,
set
yes.
of instructions, because it takes such a long time.
It takes a long, long, long time.
And that's why you have to pay for them.
Yeah. So we're going to place a mark. And I say, I've placed mine here, but you could put it lower, you could have it higher, you could even have a straight pocket if you wanted to.
Right.
But I just found that when I was trying to get my keys out in the long pocket, I couldn't get my hand down. And then all you're going to do is, now you don't have to draw a line if you don't want to. You can just go straight in and use the rotary cutter, or you can draw a line and you can cut it with your scissors.
Right.
It's entirely up to you, but I'm just going to go straight in and cut it, and I'm going from the line to the corner. To the corner, right in the corner there. Again, you don't have to. You can have it where you want it. It's been
Entire-
cut. It's been designed so that it doesn't touch the top of the bag anyway.
Right,
So if you want
okay.
to make it smaller, that is entirely up to you. And then we're just going to trim that off. Now you do have a little bit of waste. I don't like waste, but I just felt for the design of the bag, it needed to have that slanted.
But you could use that for one of those little purse clasps.
Oh, you could.
you?
They're brilliant, they are, aren't they? So now I've created my slant. Now the
Right.
next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create the top. Now, normally I line everything. This tapestry fabric is so good that you don't need to put a lining
well,
in it.
it's because it's woven, isn't it? So it's beautiful on the other side.
It's so hard to show the
Yeah.
weight. So all I'm going to do is create a pretend, it looks like it's been lined, but I'm just going to bind it at the top.
Okay.
So I've got my strip. Now mine is a bit longer than I need. I had a bit of a panic. I thought I'd cut the fabric wrong, but that was okay. And then it's just creating like a handle, what we do. So we do wrong sides together. Now this canvas, again, it was quite hard to tell which was wrong and which was right, because it's so beautiful without looking at the selvage.
I don't think it really matters,
It doesn't,
does it?
no. And it's brilliant because it is extra wide. But this has just got like a bit of class about it, hasn't
So
it?
this the kit for this one is still available, but the fabric itself that we were selling earlier by the half metre, this Mayan one has sold out.
Oh,
so if you want the fabric, you can still buy the kit,
Oh.
but you can't buy just the fabric.
Now what I'm doing is I'm ironing towards the centre crease. A top tip is don't go quite up to the crease itself, because if you go up to it on both sides, then you're going to get a lot of fabric on that inner edge, and we don't want that.
Okay.
So just come a little bit away, and then we turn it round. And we're just creating binding. I suppose if you wanted to, if you've got a little binder maker, you've got those, haven't you?
I
I've
love
got
the
them.
bind.
They are fab.
They are fab.
So we're basically just creating a little binding strip. So if you have a quicker way of doing it, then do it that way. I absolutely love mine. It's one of those
they're
jobs that you just
very
do, isn't it?
Cheap, not allowed to say cheap, very inexpensive.
Yeah, we mustn't
but
use the word
incredibly useful. And they actually really, really work.
That's the thing, because little gadgets, you think, do I need that?
But I love
yeah.
a bias binding maker.
They are brilliant. And they are so easy to use. So that's all I've done, is I've just created some binding, really. And then what we're going to do is we're going to place it on the top edge of our slant.
Okay.
Now it is, well, this one is much longer, but the measurements will mean that you have a little bit that end and a little bit that end. So do place it centrally, because once we've attached it, we're going to be cutting that off vertically. And then you just open your binding and place your fabric inside. Now, and this is another thing brilliant about this tapestry fabric. It stays where you put it.
And well, it's got a nice, solid, crisp edge.
It stays there. So I'm gonna, so you can tell I have them because these are mine.
And I've got boxes of them.
Oh yes, boxes. You could use pins here, but again, because the fabric...
There we go. So if you want wonder clips, $7.99 for 10. They are brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
They're so hard wearing that my dog constantly finds them and chews them, and then they don't get destroyed. I just take them out of my mouth. You can still use them.
As I say, I've never
they must be
ever...
incredibly
They
strong.
are very strong. And you can even get, if you've got a lot of layers, you can even get the bigger ones now, can't you?
Yeah, they're
so
really good.
I've just now put that into, clipped that into place, and then I'm going to sew. I'm going to sew it on. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that noise. So I'm just going to sew a line of stitching along this edge here. But what you want to make sure is that you want to catch that back edge. Now, as we've pressed it together, it should be okay.
Right.
But if you want to, just come a little bit away for
so
the
not
edge.
right at the
Not
edge.
right at the edge. And I'm going to increase the stitch because now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of fabric in there. And it's just decorative. So I'm going to increase it to 2.8. And I'm sewing a beautiful green cotton.
So that you can
Yeah.
see it. You've done that purposely,
I've done that on
haven't you,
purpose,
Wendy?
yes.
So that
I've done that on
everybody
purpose.
can see it. When you're at home, no,
actually
actually,
doesn't look too bad.
It's quite nice to have a contrast. I was going to say use a matching one, but you can use a contrasting one.
If you're confident, then just
Well,
go
because
for
you
it.
could use like a red, because there's a lot of red in that
That'd be
fabric.
nice,
That would look
wouldn't
nice,
it?
wouldn't it?
Grey and red are gorgeous, aren't they?
On the black and white kit, which is the one that Wendy made before, there are less than 10 available of this black and white one. And the Vincent one, the one that looks like this one here, that looks like the sort of stained glass, this one, less than 10 available of that one as well. So if you want the black and white one or the Vincent one, you need to get those in your basket. And check out.
I'm pretty pleased with that colour.
That's
That was
actually quite
intentional.
nice.
That was
yes,
intentional.
but then that's because there's green in there, you see.
That was. Oh, you could pretty much use any colour, couldn't you? And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to use my ruler and I'm just squaring it off. Again, you could use your scissors, but with something like a ruler, you know that it's going to be really, really square. And then never cut towards you. So just make the ruler work for you. So this way, it's at the bottom, the strip. Doesn't make any difference. So now we've got our pocket.
Right. And then you can choose how wide they are, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
Have you
caught all the
caught
back.
it?
I've caught all the back.
That's very good.
It doesn't matter if you don't. You can just hand stitch it because no one's going to see.
Nobody will see.
Nobody's going to see. But as I say, just come back a little bit because if you've pushed that right up into into that crease, then you're going to catch it anyway.
Yeah.
So that's the pocket made, but now we need to attach it to the bag. So it's going to go like that, like this. Now, when you get it home and you make it yourself, you might find that you want to cut the corners out first. I've made this completely for a beginner. So I'm going to be cutting my corners out after. But if you wanted to cut all the corners out of the fabric first and then join them, that's absolutely fine. But what we're going to do is we're going to just clip this in place, because they should be the same size if you have cut them out. So you want to line up the bottom edge, and I'm just going to tack them together, because as you know, I do like to have two pieces joined into one to save clips and pins later. So I'm going to be sewing within the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance all the way round the pocket.
Okay.
And I'm going to increase my stitch length to the biggest it can go. Oh, and that was only beeping at me to tell me I'd reached that limit.
Because this is just a holding.
This is
like
just
a tacking.
It is. It is a tacking, and they say that you should remove them. I never remove mine, ever.
No.
Never.
I don't.
Yeah, I just want to get on with making.
Why should you remove them?
I don't know. They just say that it's just to tack it in place while you're doing your work. But because we're doing it within the 1/4 of an inch
if you do it
seam
outside
allowance,
the seam allowance, you've got to
Oh,
remove
yes.
it.
But again, if you do sneak outside, just snip the stitches. It's not going to matter. I don't think anyone would notice unless they're literally sitting on your shoulder.
There are only 4 black and white and 3 Vincent.
What's your favourite?
That's a tricky one.
Oh. See, I have a definite
So,
favourite.
oh gosh, right, let me have to think about this. I really like the Vincent one. I think this one is really, because it's really unusual.
And we chose the goldy colour, whatever colour, I can't, it's Vincent. No, that's called Vincent.
Vincent.
We chose the canvas because then it brings out.
It does. I like that because it's really unusual, but actually I think I would go Mary Poppins.
She's my favourite. She's my favourite, one of my favourite films anyway. And all I'm going to be doing now is going to be drawing a line, because our boxes are 2 inches. Now, you wouldn't do this. I know you wouldn't, because you didn't last time, I said.
What?
Draw a line at the bottom to stop stuff sliding down the bottom of the bag. But you said you just leave it. You went rogue.
Yeah. Well, it's lined anyway. Oh, do you mean with the pockets?
No, right. The bottom of the bag.
Sorry, yes. Because
you
of the
don't-
pocket, yes.
Because it's boxed, it's going to slip under, but
Yes.
you wouldn't do it,
No,
would you?
no.
So I'm going to.
I thought you meant with the box corners, but
Oh,
no.
no.
Right. So with the pocket, you
Yeah.
put a retaining line in.
Exactly, there's a line at the bottom. Now, I've drawn the
Okay.
line at the same width as the box, but if you want to come just underneath that, I mean, that shows because I've done it right on the line. If you want to come a bit, it's just to stop stuff disappearing in your bag. But you might want a little secret compartment at the bottom.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I'm going to reduce my stitch length back down because I had my massive one on, so I'm going to put it to a 2.8. And we're now going to create the pockets. Would you have the 3 like I've gone? Because I've said in there, this now is a personal choice. What would you have yours for? Bag of sweets and a newspaper name.
Yeah, what would I? Yeah, yeah, but I put my phone in one, definitely.
Right, okay, so I'll make you one for
Yeah.
your phone. So
No, I
have
like
you
the
got a
idea.
slab or have you got like a
I've only got a little one.
You've got a little baby
And I
one.
think I like the umbrella idea.
Oh, okay then. So I'm going to make you a nice little phone pocket
Because
at
I've
the
discovered
end.
I bought a new coat for walking the dog, and it has a poacher's pocket in for putting your rabbits in.
Oh.
I don't do rabbits. So, but it's like a zip down the back, and then the pocket is across the back of my coat. So I can actually keep my umbrella in there.
I'm going like...
But you can't really, because it's quite big and it sits in there, I can keep a hat in it. It's really nice
Have you
to
got a big umbrella,
always-
madam? I'm going
Just
to
a
do...
little one. But it's quite nice to have that in there, because I don't ever sit down in it, because I only use it for walking the dog. And then when it rains, I've always got a hat or an umbrella.
Oh, that is a jolly good idea.
Because I don't have rabbits, so When I bought it in the shop, the lady goes, "Oh, that's for putting your rabbits in."
Oh, no. I go, no, thank
It's very
you.
strange. I'm just walking the dog.
So I've just made the pockets where I want them.
Yeah,
because
no, I'm with you. I think umbrella's a good idea.
definitely umbrella.
Yeah.
And then you can sew all the way. I've drawn the line all the way down to the bottom. You can sew to the bottom if you want to, but we've already done that retaining
Well, you could
line.
have no dividers. You could just have it as one big pocket, couldn't you?
I have in there said that
Or would you need
personally,
one?
I would say if you're going to just have a minimum of
Right.
2, because it's going to be.
Otherwise, it might sag.
But does it
Okay.
matter really? Actually, no, it doesn't matter. But I thought I'd put my scarf in there or my.
You could put a little
brolly.
magnetic clasp, couldn't you?
You could do. You could do.
Should you want to?
And a top tip is to sew from. If you're going to, you can, as I say, you can sew from the bottom if you want to. But why waste? Why waste thread?
Right.
So I'd sew from that line, and then sew towards the pocket. If you sew this way down and you haven't got it quite right, you're going to get a little bit of a baggy bit. So you can accommodate that baggy bit at the top.
Right, yes,
Right.
yes, that makes sense.
And then if you reverse stitch either end, that's going to make it nice and solid. Now you see I haven't got my walking foot on here. It's coping with it.
It's quite nicely, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it's coping with it really nice. Personally, you could, if you wanted to, put wadding. I don't think it needs it. I absolutely don't. Not for just a shopping bag, but if you want a more rigid bag.
No, well, but it's so rigid anyway, and it doesn't really need the squishiness, does it?
No. But I get absolutely fed up taking a bag to the shops with me and then wrestling, because I
Oh, and it
normally
all
just put
falls
everything
over,
in
yeah.
my hand, which is
Yeah.
bad. Instead of a basket, I should get
I've
a
got it
basket,
all,
shouldn't
yeah.
I? So now I've created my pockets.
Perfect.
And then the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to cut my corners. And see, do you cut one out and then use that as a template? Or do
No.
you? Oh,
No.
okay.
Well, actually, I was doing something the other day.
That was
What
a
I
definite no.
making? No, I was doing something. Oh, I know. I was making a purse, the edge of a purse that
Yeah.
had rounded corners.
Right.
And I was showing how to cut rounded corners and drawing round a glass and measuring it and stuff. And I must have been with John, because he said, "Oh, do you then use that to copy the other one?" I went, "Oh no, because I'm a real perfectionist. Because I don't just draw around a curve. I'll measure exactly the measurement."
I get
of the
what you're
sides.
saying, because the first one may just be okay, but then as you get
Yes.
to the fourth one, you might have added a bit on and turned left, mightn't you? So it might be completely different.
And it's probably because that has happened, and therefore, no, I don't. But I can see your point.
Now, you could do this step first, so you could cut your corners out before
Right.
you assemble the front pocket of the bag if you wanted to. But as I say, I wanted to make sure that those that are new to bag making, I made it the simplest way. I'm just checking that I cut that out right. Now, you will see that the lining fabric is very slightly bigger.
okay.
Now, that's what creates that
Intentional.
nice edge at the top. And then I'm just going to cut these. I am going to go cut these two together. Because what's the time? Oh, how are we for time?
You've probably got about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad,
I'll
is
make
it?
a couple in that then.
I think I must. Done it before. I've used them as templates and done it wrong. So that's probably why I'm.
That's the issue as well. If you cut the first one wrong, if you cut the first one wrong, you might have to cut the rest the same then, don't you?
It's a bit like I overpin everything and I overcut. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I am not a perfectionist anywhere else in life, only so.
I'm sorry, I actually don't think you can overpin.
Really?
No, because, and I'm always going on about my pop sack, my preparation of your project and your seam allowance consistency. If you do those both spot on, you're going to get a really nice project.
I know. I mean, a lot of people would say, "Oh, I'm not much of a pinner," but I couldn't not. I'm an overpinner.
No, as I say, I don't think you can overpin. No, you don't want those. Oh, they're all pinking shears.
In the drawer.
Oh, have we got a drawer?
Yeah, in the drawer.
Oh, how long have I been here? I didn't know we had a drawer. Oh, fantastic. They're all pinking shears.
Oh, are they? Even in the drawer? What about the other drawer?
No, that's got... No, it's all right. I'll use my rotary cutter. It's not a
Oh.
problem. It is not.
So those are all pinking shears.
Yeah, they're all pinking shears.
That's really weird. Where
very
the
weird.
scissors got? Oh, hang on, look. Oh,
Have you got them?
would you like those?
Yes, please, madam. I've got mine in the green room. I've left them in there.
Yeah. She's not that Wendy got here at 6 o'clock or anything.
I thought they were in my... I used them for something else.
They've obviously moved over here at some point.
I got a cat telling off then, didn't I?
Oh, that's a nice set. There's lots of goodies in here, isn't it? I like that.
Oh, I saw that. I was going to move it round to my
that's
side
what I'm
of
just
the
having
table.
a look at.
I'm just going to trim the corners away. Now, I
Really?
would...
This set's only 19.99, Wendy.
Have you got sidetracked?
Yeah, look at those.
Whoa, how much? Is that all?
That's beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Look, in this set, you get a tape measure. Yeah, we'll put them in the next time. We'll talk about them because I've just found them in the trolley.
They're amazing.
Oh, now, if you were going to, something was going to slip in your bag on your way home, this is what you should slip in your bag. We'll go through that in the next time. I've just discovered them. Back to tapestry bags, but
And they have that wonderful...
they're rather nice.
They have that wonderful, you know, when you cut and you go,
Yeah.
yes,
Oh, it's lovely.
that sounds
isn't it?
lovely. So I've trimmed all my corners away and we're all good to go now to put together. I haven't made too much mess today.
Yeah. Well, let's hope you clear up.
Oh, no. Oh, come on, I always do clear up.
Yeah, you
don't
are a
I?
bit of a tidy person, I have to say.
The only thing that I would say, it's best not to rotary cut the corners because if you get carried away and go a little bit further than you need, so just cut them with scissors. Trim them with
Question from
scissors.
Karen in Bristol.
Okay.
Hello, Rebecca and Wendy.
Oh, God.
Hello, Karen. I got the black and white kit. Do you think the bag would work in cork too?
Ooh. Do you know what? Once you've bought the kit and you've got the pattern,
I think it would.
I
because
can't
it's quite
see why
stiff.
it wouldn't.
It's got a nice weight to it, hasn't it?
It has.
So why not?
And
But you
tapestry
could
fabric
do
is...
the pocket in cork and the bag in a different, or the
Ooh,
either
that
way
would look
round,
nice.
couldn't you?
That would look very nice.
So
and
yeah,
yes,
give
if
it
you
a
do
go,
it, please
Karen.
show. Just please
And
show
if
us.
you do give it a go, Karen, send us a photo.
Brilliant. Right, so now I'm going to... Okay. just
Got
see.
another question.
Lots of questions.
It's question time.
Question time, yes.
Question time, Thursday evening. Who would you like to be? Hi, ladies. The shears you've just found. Are they heavy? Well, do you know what? They're not actually.
You've just found.
I have to. They're not actually because they look heavy, but the handles are almost a bit. Well, they're coated. They're coated.
They're gorgeous.
But they're not really.
They're gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I mean, they are heavyweight, but but they're not like. Oh, they're lovely. I have to find some fabric to have a little go with. We'll do that in the next.
We need to check your bag when you
just.
when you go. Right, I'm just attaching the handles while you sit and have a play with your shiny scissors. And I've drawn a mark in from the edge, and with the handles you attach the handle to the inner side, so towards the centre of the bag on each side. Make sure your handles are the same length. If you do need to trim them, the only thing with the tapestry fabric, when you fold and fold it again, sometimes the ends might just need trimming. But if you do have to trim one end, make sure that you trim the others to match. And then we're just going to put the raw edge up against the raw edge with the mark, and then we keep it straight, so we don't want to twist it, and then we place the other one. Oh, there he is.
When you can't find the mark now.
So I don't know about you, I now use the thicker nib because I find it easier to see. That's my age. And all I'm going to do now is just sew these in place within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, again, so that I can take away the pins or clips and can just concentrate on the bag. And if you go backwards and forwards a few times, you're going to strengthen that handle.
Okay.
Are you keeping up?
Yep, I'm keeping up, yep.
I've lost me, hang on, I've lost me, oh, there he is. They might be a bit wonky, these. You can have this bag. I'll make this for you.
But the one that Wendy's using at the moment, the Mayan, is the one that's in the graphics. I really like that one. I think it just
this is my
favourite. Very
favourite.
traditional.
I do have a favourite, and this one is it. And I have said to mark them both, but what you can do, you can sew one in and then do
it so you know it's in the same place.
Completely. So if it's moved slightly, and then again, we don't want to twist that, and we put the next one.
Perfect.
Yes.
And that one that Wendy's doing has the grey lining, and then the other one we've got left has that beautiful turquoise lining, which is gorgeous. Love that one. Oh, look, we've got the dressmaking scissors set on pre-order now. It's amazing what you find in the trolley. I found all sorts of things in this trolley. Michelle has messaged in, said she's got them and they are heavenly to cut fabric with.
Wow. Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're not, but I wouldn't say they're like, oh my God, you'll never be able to cut with them. They are weighty. They're good scissors.
Right. You can also, and it's in the bag, you put pockets on the lining as well. Now, it's very similar to the, we haven't got time, but it's very similar to the front pocket, but this time you fold the fabric in half so that it's already lined.
Oh, okay.
Because you're using the canvas fabric, then that's a little bit...
yeah, that needs a line.
What's the word? Floppy. The word I'm not looking is floppy.
Yeah, lighter weight.
Lighter weight. Because it's lighter weight. I wanted it lined. So you fold that in half. The instructions are all in there. But the important thing now is the one that has the pocket on that you put against the front bag that doesn't have the pocket on.
Yes, because you want the pocket by yourself.
You want to distribute the weight. So you've got the front pocket with the plain panel and the other one will have pockets.
Okay.
There's pictures in there, it's very self-explanatory, but I thought it would be better for me to construct the bag.
Yes,
rather
but
than...
all pockets are fully explained.
They are, and as ever, I'm on hand if anyone needs me.
Yes, Wendy's mobile number is...
Don't you dare.
Can phone her night and day and she will help you.
I'm having to be really careful at the moment what I say because I've been put in a top secret group.
In the top secret mystery crochet along group. I know, it's top secret.
Yeah, don't ask me.
Even the office, they've said, what's it like? I'm not telling you.
Yeah, don't ask me any questions because it'll pop out.
Wendy might say. I know, I've even got a picture of it. I went, ooh, delete the photo.
Oh gosh, yes. I had it laid out on the floor the other day and I said to my daughter, you can't look. So I've placed right sides together. But as I say, the one that doesn't have any pockets on the front is the one that you marry up with the pocket.
Okay.
You don't have to put lining pockets in the lining if you don't want to.
But it would be a shame not to.
Exactly. Well, I designed it like that, but you don't have to. And again, you can see that I'm not using the walking foot. I'm just going to set this to 1/4 of an inch.
I think I'd put one of those internal zip pockets in, you know, the ones with
that's a good
post
idea.
box.
That's a good idea.
So I like them.
But this is just to get people sewing.
This is a proper beginner's bag.
And and show them the basics.
And once you've made this, you can then do that.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to show them, just the basics.
Yeah, yes, I've got all the pocket instructions now, found them.
Yes, so it's very self-explanatory, but I just wanted to make sure, because I never get to the constructing of the bag, do I?
No.
No, I don't, I know, I don't.
And you've only got 4 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. So I'm just sewing these together. Panicky knot. Now, if you want to do a little bit more than 1/4 of an inch at that top, that's fine, I don't mind. As long as you do it on both of them. Don't do one and then the other. Because canvas it's the most amazing thing to work with, but it does have a tendency to fray. So don't cut this out and then decide to make it months later. Cut it out and make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like satin that frays when you just look at it.
Oh, no.
But it will fray.
It's brilliant. It's my favourite fabric to work with.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Actually, I think it would make a nice curtain, but it'd have to be like... a dress curtain, wouldn't it?
But you think how warm it would be.
New seat covers. What
How
for?
warm
Your
would it
car
be?
or dining room chairs? Be perfect for that. Perfect for dining room chairs.
It would. It would.
It would look nice. Wendy will do that for you. She's got an hour.
Yeah, just bring them in. So now we're going to place right sides together, and then you just marry them up. So in that centre one here, you can try and press it if you want to, but tapestry fabric does have a mind of its own. But when you put them together, kind of nest the seams, because that way you're going to get a nice central seam. And the same on the other. They're my first things that I line up. They're going to shout at me that I've only got a minute in a minute, aren't they?
You only got a minute. You probably have only got... How long has she got, Kat?
Not a lot. And then don't know what you do when you make bags. I always sew from the centre down, turn it round and sew from the centre down, because if you start from one end, by the time you've got to the middle, you might have lost your way. And you would pin it all the way round. And in your case here, that I know you said you like to pin, absolutely do that.
Right.
Do that. And then I'm sewing all the way round. But you don't want to sew the corners at this point. And if you reverse stitch at the end of the corners, then when you come to create the corners, you're not going to undo those seams. So I'm just going to show you how to... Have I got time to quickly show you how to do a corner? No, okay.
Very quickly, perhaps, so it's like really
Okay, so
fast.
let me just, right. So, what you do is you sew all the way round the outside. Don't forget to leave a turning gap in your, at the bottom. And then you just open the corners. And then again, we try and look for that nest. So we've got the back of the fabric going one way and the other. And then it's probably better in this instance to clip rather than pin because it is quite thick. And then you just sew all the way along there. I've got time, I'm going to do it. I'm sorry, I'm going to do it.
I love a box corner.
Oh.
Even I made a purse at the weekend.
Did you?
Yeah. For them,
So you talk about me not having time to do anything. You just don't stop.
I was doing a purse for Love Embroidery magazine. 'Cause I used to work for them, so I was making one for them. And even that, it was a tiny little, like 10 by 15 centimetres, but I put a 2 centimetre box corner in it. Because it's just
2
nice.
centimetres?
Yeah, but then you get 4 centimetres, don't you, if you cut out a 2 centimetre
Yes.
square. And it just gave it that little, it sat nicely.
Ooh. So I've got, so I've created my box bottom. And then,
Beautiful.
Again, if you want to, when you get your kit home, if you want to do a bigger corner, just bear in mind that whatever you cut out, it's going to be double across the width. So just have a play and please show me.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I love it. Thank you. So the kit that Wendy's working with, there are only 7 left. That's the Mayan one. In that one, you get 1/2 metre of this beautiful tapestry fabric, and you get 1/2 metre of the grey, which I haven't got because Wendy's got it. But it's that lovely grey that she's been working with. And obviously the full instructions with all the photos and everything you need. That's gorgeous. If you want the other kit, you see only the one left. I love this one. I really like the lining of that one because it really pulls out because the top is bound as well. The lining is actually quite important because it goes across the top. You can really see it. So if I do this with it, little binding demonstration, then that's how it works. But you see how it doesn't.
Like that.
It's very classy, isn't it? That
We are classy, though, aren't we?
because Wendy's so classy. Did you choose these, Wendy? Yes, you did. But it really pulls out the turquoise in there, doesn't it? So that's the other one, which is called the Holland. The other 2 have sold out, or you can use that side as well. So we're not selling the instructions on their own. So if you want the instructions bag, you can only get them if you buy either of these 1-2 kits. It's very difficult to choose, really, though, isn't it? Very lovely. Now, if you need clips, which are really important for this, they are on the website. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down below that, and all the products that we've been talking about are there, so you can easily choose the colourways and everything that's in the next hour. And remember, the next hour is all about, oh wow, Japanese fabrics. They're gorgeous. Oh, and cork vinyl? Ooh.
I'm staying.
Yeah, Wendy's staying for that. They're gorgeous. So it's all about bag making fabric. So if you've bought one of these kits, get yourself some fabric to make. Oh, crushed velvet. Lovely.
Can make that in the break.
Pardon?
I'm going to finish that in the break.
Oh, Wendy's going to finish it in the break. Lovely.
Just for you.
Just for me.
Yeah.
I will see you back in a couple of minutes.
Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and we are on the last row of Village Street. This time we've got a row of stars across the top, 2 different styles, but the interesting thing is the combination of colour that we've used across here and how we've put the different stars together. In the this final package that you will receive, you'll also receive instructions as to how to put the quilt together and the binding. So I do hope you've been keeping up and that you're anxiously awaiting the last package to come through your door. I thank you for letting me join you in your living room, and I do hope that you are enjoying and learning through this very enjoyable project.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So I've found some fabric now that I'm allowed to cut, because I was going to cut up some of those. Honestly, these are amazing. I just found these in the trolley next to me. They must have been from a show yesterday. So in the box, well, I was quite excited to buy the scissors, but I cannot believe this. $19.99. You get these 30cm scissors, and I'm going to show you in a minute. They are gorgeous. But not only that, you get a gorgeous tape measure, black. What does it say on it? Crafters. Look at that, beautiful tape measure. And not only that, you get a stitch ripper as well, all together. But those are the lovely accessories, which I quite like. I like the tape measure. But it's these scissors, that's what I was a bit drawn to. Are they not gorgeous? They've got coated, so they're steel handles, but they're coated with this sort of slightly rubbery, so they're really good grip. So I got some, in the break, I found this. I thought maybe it was somebody's coat, but it's not. It's a bit of fabric, so it's okay. Beautiful heavyweight woolen fabric, and it just cuts like an absolute dream. Watch this. Look. Well, you can hear that, can't you? Oh. And I mean, you know, they are a good weighty pair of scissors, but they're not that heavy, make your hands ache heavy, but they're just beautiful. Then I found a bit of this glorious, look at this. It's like iridescent floral cork. Look at that. Have we got any of that, Kat? Don't look at that, we haven't got any. But look, even just cork. Look how beautifully they cut through that. Oh. And still really, really sharp. They are gorgeous, I think, for the price. Then I also got some, I found some just cotton fabric, because it's important if you're buying scissors that you get the right thing. My niece emailed me yesterday and said she wanted to buy some dressmaking scissors for her sister, my other niece. And what should she get? And, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you think, well, get the best you can afford, because you need decent ones, because they'll last her forever. But actually, if I'd known about these, I'd have told her to buy these. Look at that. So even the best thing to do when you're buying scissors is try them with different things. But just a lightweight cotton, they are beautiful. But because they come in a box as well, these are a great present. So if I'd known about this, I told her to buy those Fiskars ones because I like the Fiskars scissors. But if I'd known about these, I'd have said this because, you know, as a gift, because you get the tape measure and you get the sit ripper and you get the zipper. And honestly, these are beautiful scissors. They cut amazingly. Oh, and they come in a little plastic sleeve. So what a beautiful gift. But if you need to treat yourselves to some new dressmaking scissors, well, these are shears. And you know they're shears, because I know they're called scissors on there, but they're actually shears. If you've got one handle that's bigger than the other handle, then they're called shears, because that's how they're cut, like shears. If you've got the two handles the same size, then they're scissors. We'll have to get that changed. Look at that. Oh, cut those all day. Can't even find a price comparison for them, but what a beautiful gift. We can't see, when I was looking for her, because I knew, you know, she's a student, she wasn't going to spend any more than £25 most. So I found her, but I couldn't find anything this sort of quality for this price. So coincidentally, they were in the trolley. Anyway, I love these. So Kat's having a look on the Taylor Shears website. 40, yeah, well, that's what I would have said when I said to Kat, God, how much are these? I love these. For that price, no, they're not. I don't know how we've got them that, because they are beautiful quality. They really are. Including the tape measure and the seam ripper as well. I like the tape measure because it's got a little tag on it. That's beautiful. And it's really lovely because you've got the loop on the end. You've got a little bit at the end, because the end of mine always goes a bit baggy, but because you've got that nice loop on the end, it starts off well. Centimetres on one side, inches on the other. And a lovely seam ripper as well. But honestly, if it was just the scissors on their own in a plastic bag, I'd buy them. Because don't they cut beautifully? When did they come into stock? So we only had them in stock last week, which is probably why they're still sitting in the trolley. I love them. Love them. I can highly recommend those. And we weren't supposed to really have them on there. It's only because I found them. But they are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yes. Yeah, well, in fact, yes, I think I might. Well, I know one of my nieces has bought the other one a pair. Maybe I'll buy her them. She won't be watching today. She should be in lectures. Maybe she can have them for Christmas. Anyway, let's clear up all my cutting. Put them under the desk. Had to bring them after I'd seen them in the trolleys. Good job we had some, actually, because there's lots of things in this trolley, like the Christmas badge, but I don't think we can buy that. Don't talk about the Christmas badge. I like the Christmas badge. Right, I'll put those to one side. There are loads of you with those in baskets, so if you do want those, you will need to put them in your basket, but honestly, they are just beautiful. 12 inches, and they've got 12 engraved on them as well. Oh, so nice. So nice. Right, should we start with Japanese? Now, all of these fabrics are all available by the half metre. They're not in a bundle or anything. They're all by the half metre. So I'm going to go through them one by one. If you haven't bought fabric from us before in this way, when it's available by the half metre, what we mean is that you can then buy as much as you want and it will be cut to order for you. So if you look at this and you think I need 2 metres, just put 4 units in your basket. It will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. You wouldn't be sent 4 half metres, if you see what I mean. Now, we had some of them in a fabric show yesterday, but we didn't have them by the half metre. Loads of you said, can we have them by the half metre? So we brought them back today by the half metre, and they are gorgeous. So let's start with the one on top. Do you want the code, Kat? 97. Seven berry fabric. Oh, I haven't seen seven berry fabric for ages. Beautiful fabric. That's lovely, isn't it? It's like, well, it's Japanese, but it's like sort of patchwork. Because it's like you've got almost like a Dresden plate here with all different prints in it. Morning, Hayley. Thank you very much. Hayley's brought me a cup of tea. Thanks, Hayley. Isn't this lovely? I like that. It makes me think of crocuses, isn't it? You know, in the spring when you see all pinks and yellows, crocuses. But I like the fact, wouldn't this make lovely applique? If you put a bit of Bondwell on the back, you could cut around the edge of that, because it is like a sort of a twisted Dresden plate, liking that one. So that one is 7-berry gold, metallic, traditional Japanese pattern flowers on black fabric. Catchy. Just a short title. And if you want it by the 1/2 metre, oh, this is your normal, quilting weight fabric width, 112 centimetre, 44 inch width and quilting weight. But it's 7-berry, it's beautiful quality. This is your sort of designer quality level fabric. Beautiful. And the next one now, ooh, now we're moving into a bit of metallic. This one is, oh, it hasn't got, oh, this is 7-berry as well. And this is LWU I16 or 116. Again, you've got that beautiful, like deep aubergine purple background with metallic. So you see all the lines in it, and the lines around all the edges of the leaves and the flowers are all gold metallic. Now they're put on after the printing. They're absolutely beautiful. So you can still iron it and you can still wash it and you can still sew on it. So I don't know how, they must put something special on to fix it, because you can use it in exactly the way, but it really has that sparkle to them. You always know the Japanese fabrics because they have that in it. And when you look at the background, it's like rivers of print. You've got each bit has got a different print in it, a different pattern. So you've got all these sort of swathes, like rivers of purple underneath all the flowers, like a pond. It's like a pond, isn't it? So if you're making, you know, I said to you earlier, if you were doing your getting the early bird and you wanted to make, you know, just think with 1/2 metre, how many of these purses you could make. You know, even with this little purse clasp, look at that. Beautiful, wouldn't it? And the good thing, what you do is when you use one of these, you can work out, right, where do I want the print to go? So think, oh, well, yeah, I want it to go there. And then you can cut round it. I mean, that's, you know, suddenly £7.97 for the 3 purse clasps, only £7.49 for 1/2 metre of this. If you buy a few of the purse clasps, you've got some extremely inexpensive purse that look amazing. So, love that one. Half of the stock of the dressmaking scissors has already gone. Please leave me one, because I'm thinking, what a nice present. That's lovely. So if you've got them today, congratulations, because I don't think they were supposed to be on air. They obviously didn't put them away. There we are. But they are lovely. I needed to share that. Right, red one. Ooh, this one's lovely. It's very geometric. Because look at it, you've got hexagons in it. That's cool. You've got like, oh, sorry, do you need the code with that one? 37 it ends in, RKUI 37. Again, it's 7-berry fabric, made in Japan. It misses made by Japan. I presume that means made in Japan. They're not regular hexagons though, are they? They're not regular. I think the sides are different. But you've also got hexagons within hexagons as well. That's a beautiful fabric, isn't it? But, you know, wouldn't it be lovely quilted? So if you just wanted to make something simple, like you were just making just a cushion, and you use this for the cushion front without any piecing or anything, if you layered some wadding behind this, you could quilt around the edges of the hexagons. Like this one here, you could quilt around there, either hand or machine. It would look beautiful. It actually looks pieced, doesn't it? There's so much interest in the design elements within here, you know, within the sort of the squares and the hexagons, you've got flowers and you've got flowers on top of flowers, and then it's all layered up. And the background of it is a beautiful poppy red. And I like the way they put this kind of pistachio green in it as well, and the yellow. It makes it really pop. What a vibrant fabric. Lovely. Yes, skirts, jackets, lining. Wouldn't I mean, you know, that's so stunning. Make a beautiful lining, but lovely A-line skirt for the summer, I'm thinking. Remember, if you want it more than 1/2 metre, it will be cut to order for you. Now, same colour background, but you've got teal, apricot, and like primrose yellow in this one. Yes, that's the code. Let me turn it. I don't know whether there is a right way up. But again, it has such a Japanese feel to it. Everything looks like it's lying on water, these sort of bubbles and dots. Yeah, Kat says it feels slightly Hawaiian. I think it does. Well, it looks like almost it's got hibiscus flowers, doesn't it? But I think because it's the colours, this beautiful teal. Again, you know, if you buy some of it because you think, well, I just want to make a little makeup bag from it, and I've got a bit left over. If you had a small piece, you know, you could take this bit and applique it onto something else. So even the smaller pieces would be great because there's so much detail in them. So easy as well to match with other fabrics. So if you wanted to line it and you think, oh, I don't know what colour to use, just match one of the colours in here. You've got a choice of about 5 different colours. And again, all the gold detail on here is all metallic. But you see, so you don't see any of this. It's so clear. None of the metallic comes through to the back at all. It is very much, look at the difference, that it's all on the surface. That's stunning, isn't it? So that's your metallic traditional Japanese flowers in red. Now this is exactly the same one, but in black. It's, I'll give you the code for this one, FVUI46. So exactly the same, but this time you've got the black background, and you can see it's not a solid black background, it's slightly mottled, which gives it a bit of texture. And then you've got the prints, so the flowers and the shapes are all in purples, crocuses, again your primrose yellow, the lovely rose-coloured pinks. That's absolutely gorgeous. And again, all of the gold detail is in metallic. I feel like it's very, almost like the fact you've got these almost like Dresden plate effects, and you've got the hexagons in the other fabrics. It's almost been sort of sewing inspired. I don't know whether it has been, but that's what it feels like. It's lovely, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, great for homeware. Things like napkins, you know, the whole sort of Japanese interior at the moment is really popular. A lot of stuff you see on the high street there's a lot of Japanese influence. So it doesn't have to just be used for dressmaking or quilt. Although it's a quilting weight fabric, it is perfect for homewares as well. You know, maybe you want to do something a bit special, having a New Year's Eve party, beautiful napkins, or just as simple as a table runner to go down the centre. So maybe, you know, when Christmas is over, you've got people coming around for New Year, you want to get rid of the Christmas stuff, but you still want a bit of glitz. This is perfect. Or making yourself a dress to wear over the Christmas period. Lovely for that. Nobody else would have one like this. That's beautiful. Now the next one, completely different background, a real pale pink. Real blossom pink. EQ UI 70. So you've got that really lovely pastel blossom pink. Again, with all of these, it's the detail, isn't it? Look at the background with all the swirls and the lines. They're like waves breaking. You've got them, they're all the lines of the waves and they break. And then the daisy-like flowers with all the gold dots, and every one of these flowers is outlined beautifully in a very fine gold. Even all the stamens are in gold under the flowers. Very pretty. And the next one, this one's got a navy background. Code YZUI 71. It's like ribbons all tied in bows. So each one you've got like a bow in the centre and then all the ribbons coming off it. Like the Japanese noshi symbol. And it has all the little flowers sprigged here and there. Very festive. So be ideal for if you're buying, you know, making something for a present, if you're making a little gift bag or something for it, because it's got all the bows with the ribbons. It's really pretty and little party bags. That's gold metallic, traditional Japanese bows and flowers. And I love the way, when you look like at this one, you've got the ribbon, comes around, then the other side of the ribbon is a different colour. It makes it look really sumptuous. I think it's very ornamental. There's so much detail. You can tell that these are designer fabrics just by the amount of detail that goes into it. This one, well, it's either Christmas baubles or it's Easter eggs. I'm going, almost, do you know what that looks like? Almost like those sort of Bollywood Christmas baubles. Or hot air balloons. They are like baubles, aren't they? And again, they've got that Dresden plate design within it as well. But I love these. So, you know, if you are using it as an all-over print, keep the scraps because there's so much that you can do with them. Again, you've got that really lovely poppy red background. But that's a beautiful fabric. And obviously all of these fabrics come from the same collection, so they're all very mix and match if you want to put any of them with each other. Oh, it's Japanese tamari balls. Tamari. Not baubles or Easter eggs, but Japanese tamari balls. But that's what they look like. But every single one of them has got such detail in them. Right, the next one is, oh, the same as that pale pink one that we had. RDUI 74. You can make beautiful Japanese fans with those. I wonder if can you buy kits where you just get the fan frame? So this one, you've got that sort of poppy red background with the waves, just like the pale pink. It's exactly the same print as this one. But you've got the white days. Again, it's completely different. But they all go together. So if you wanted to buy sort of fabrics that went together, the pink that's inside this flower is the same as the background on this flower. The reddy pink of this one is the same as the background as that. So they are all very, they all do go together. So if you're thinking, I want to buy a few to make maybe a whole collection of napkins, or you want to make some bags with linings, that kind of thing, they will all go together. We've got the balls again with a black background. Actually, this one is stunning. Look at that one with the black. Aren't they gorgeous? They really make the balls stand out, but they do. They almost look like floating, like hot air balloons. Look at the pattern inside all of them as well. All of them have got like rickrack and zigzags and prints, and every single element of them is outlined in gold. So much detail. I think this is what you sort of get what you pay for. You know, this is designer quality. There is a lot of time and effort and print to get all of the colours that go together, and the detail and the accuracy of the print. This is beautifully printed fabric. Everything is absolutely spot on. Love that. So a tamari ball is a Japanese ball that symbolises sincerity and friendship, loyalty and friendship. So do you think you give one to somebody else then? So therefore you should make something from this and give it to someone else because it symbolises loyalty and friendship. It's beautiful, isn't it? They're sort of, if you were going to use this, you could quilt round them so well, or even embroider over different elements of them because there's so much detail in them. You know, if you just cut a square out, you could frame it, make a beautiful picture. Just all on its own. Because look at the detail in that. When you think how close up that is, and when you get into it, when you think, look at it compared to my finger, that's like the size of my finger. So look how detailed it is. But it makes beautifully just framed. Or purses, make lovely purses, wouldn't they? I reckon this one, if you were going to make a little clasp purse from this one, it would look amazing, wouldn't it? Just fold it up a bit, and then you can see what I mean. Fold up the right way. There we go. I got to fold it so it fits. There we go. But look at that. That's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? So you only need such a small piece of fabric. Gorgeous. And for $7.97 you get the 3. All you need is, half a metre of this and get some scraps of fabric, use something else, one of the others to line it. They are just stunning, aren't they? Absolute works of art. So don't forget the early bird, $7.97. That's £1 off. It's normally $8.97, and it will go back up. And that's for all 3 frames. That's not just one. That's the big frame, 13 centimetre one, the medium one that's 9 centimetres, and the baby one that's 8 centimetres. So if you want all of those, there you go. Grab them, put them in your basket. Ooh, we have a question from Moya. Loving all the bag shows. Can you tell me the length of the blades on the scissors, please? Well, should we go back to the scissors again? They're 12 inches. I'm going to show you how blades are measured from the fulcrum to the point. So, get my tape measure. We'll just prove the point. Might want to start. Yeah, I could use the tape measure that came in that, couldn't I, rather than this one. So if I do it in inches. So these are 12 inches, which are, the measurement for that is the length from the top of the handles there. If the actual blade length is this length, is 6 inches. So the whole scissor is 12 inches, but the actual blade length from the fulcrum, which is here, to the tip of the point is 6 inches. But hope that helps. Gorgeous, don't they? But it helps to see now with a tape measure what they look like. But be quick, since I found them. Everyone loves them as much as I do. I know, it's nice, isn't it? That's because I got so excited about them. When I saw them, I knew they were nice. They're nice before I even got them out. Love the background colour of this one. Oh, do you need the code? 58. It's beautiful, really strong, stunning teal background. It really is like a petrol blue. And then you've got the vibrancy of the yellow and the scarlet flowers as well, again with all the metallic gold detail. Japanese floral petals in green, but it is a real sort of petrol tealy colour. Nice. Oh, fans next. Loving fans. Not salmon. Fans. Look at this one. Now we did have black fans, but the black fans have sold out. So you have to have the red fans. Oh, they won't. No, they're not one minute. There we go. That's so Japanese, isn't it? I absolutely love that one. But look at all the, it's almost like fireworks, isn't it? So you've got these beautiful fans with all the swirls, and then you have circles as well. There's so much detail on it. I love that one. It just feels very sort of, if you were going to do dressmaking with it, it does feel very party, Christmas party. But again, you know, if you want to make something for the summer, I think the metallic gold really adds to something. So if you were making something as simple as just a little short sleeve blouse, maybe with pin tucks down the centre, this would be stunning. You could wear that with just some plain black trousers, pair of jeans, and, you know, you'd only need metre maybe for a little blouse. Sort of thing everyone would go, oh, wow, where'd you get that from? That's amazing. And you wouldn't need very much. And I think it's the gold metallic detail that really adds, you know, to find something like that in a shop. But you could buy, I think a metre would do for a little blouse, you know, £15. You'd never find something like that. And those patterns are quite easy to get hold of. This one has a black background. Love the vibrancy of the flowers on this. Really little flower, much smaller than all the other patterns. But you've got all of the colourways that have been used in the rest of the collection, including this lovely sapphire blue. Greens and peach and scarlets. But the blue is the one that really stands out. Very pretty. I like that one. And these flowers, we've seen these flowers everywhere in the collection. Some are bigger, some are smaller, and all with the little dots on. I don't know what flower they are. They're probably a very symbolic Japanese flower. Oh, now look, we've got herons. Or are they cranes? Are they cranes? Is it the Japanese birds that are cranes? That's a big print, completely different to the other. Look at that one. I think it's cranes, isn't it? This one on pre-order has been particularly popular, which I'm not surprised about. They are beautiful. Remember, these are crying out to be embellished, embroidered or quilted because of all the lines and the detail in them. There's so much you can add to all of this. You know, as a fabric on its own, it works beautifully. But if you like embellishing fabric and you like working with it and using it to cut out for a plique or just embroidering, this is perfect. It's layer upon layer upon layer of different prints and colours. And all with this lovely black background. Let me move the heron. Crane. With lilies as well. Japanese cranes. Very, very detailed. And look at all the gold lines that outline every single feather on that one. Massively intricate. I love that. Love that. Where'd you get that from? That's the great thing when you make your own things, isn't it? People go, oh, where'd you get that from? You go, made it. You know, and if you're going to spend all the time making something, choose a fabric that really stands out, that really shouts. Now, we've had this print we have in various colourways. So this is the one with the like a poppy red background. The code for that one is WUUI42. So you've got these peachy coloured flowers. You've got the gold metallic bubbles all running down the background, like buttercup yellow flowers and green. That one's lovely, isn't it? Floral petals in red. These are, I didn't know that. These are Japanese cherry blossom. But there's so much that's symbolic in these prints, you know, where you've got the cranes, you've got the cherry blossom, the tamari balls, and everything is in here. So, I mean, obviously, you know, you can so tell that this is made in Japan because they've really echoed all the sort of symbolism behind all the Japanese symbols, and it's so in at the moment. Now, we've also got that fabric. I'm going to show you it next to this one because it's the same fabric, but it's with a black background, just so you can see how beautifully they go together. So you've got exactly the same prints involved, but all of the colours are echoed in each other. So the yellow flowers in this are the same ones as in that. And you've got all the same bubbles, but don't they go so beautifully together? It'd be hard actually choosing which one to have, but again, you know, if you just buy a ½ metre of each, then you've got these fabrics, add them to your stash, sort of thing that you will use, even if you want to just use them as little accents like pockets in dresses. So that's the black one. Question from Jennifer. Rebecca, would you advise a metallic needle to sew these fabrics? No, not really. You can just use a normal needle. I would say probably rather than using your universal needle, your universal sewing machine needle will be absolutely fine. It works for every fabric, but a sharp needle is better. But I don't know what they use when they do the metallic, but it doesn't really add weight or thickness to the, not really. It sews together. I mean, I've sewn with these, sews very easily, but if it does add a little bit more weight, just a little bit. So maybe a sharp needle would be better, but you don't really need a specifically needle. That's a good question. But I have used these. I use actually, to be honest, I don't use universal needles much anymore. I use quilting needles. And the reason for that is the quilting needles are really sharp. And I find often, rather than going up to a jeans needle for thicker fabrics, I just need a sharper needle. So quilting needles are my go-to at the moment. Ooh, this is this lovely patchwork one, but with a black background this time. That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. I like to see them. I like to see the same prints, but in different colours. Let's go back to the red one. The code for this one is VOUI54. If you want to see any of them again, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down the page, you'll see all of them then if you want to see them again. So if you see one you think, I'm sure I've seen that in a different colourway or print, look, there's the two of them together. And you can then see how well, I think sometimes with fabric collections it's nice to be able to see how they go together and how the different colours come up. So the ones that are in the graphics at the moment are for the black colourway though. I mean, what I love about these metallic fabrics is that the whole fabric is slightly weightier because of the metallic, but it doesn't really, as you're sewing and cutting, it doesn't make it feel any different, but your finished item has a little bit more weight. They are gorgeous, aren't they? But if you're going to make something with these, I would go for, like a zippers, I would go with a metal toothed zip, because particularly if you can find a gold or a brass one, it really, by using that against it, it really makes the metallic show up. So if you were making a bag or something, if you can use metallic, particularly gold coloured findings like D-rings and clasps, that really makes the metal, anything that you can make the metallic that's in the fabrics, that's what makes it really special. If you can make that show up by accessorising with it, it's really worth it, because the metallic is the beautiful part of it. Look at this one. That's absolutely stunning. And I love that one because it really is so multi-directional. I love a multi-directional fabric, so much easier to work with. You don't have to think about which way up because it's just all shapes that are all over the place. But I love the way it's like Shashko, isn't it? You've got the way that each of these areas is filled in. So this is the wave print that you often see in Shashko, and then you see it better in that one. In this one, I've seen that lots of times in Shashko embroidery. So you've got so many Japanese elements going here. Again, you can embroider all over these. So you've got a real traditional, really deep red background with so many colours. Metallic traditional Japanese ukiwa. That's nice. Trying to fold them back up again. Oh, we're getting near to the bottom of the pile now. This is the same as the first one I showed you, just in a different colour. That's got a real raspberry pink background. This one doesn't have metallic on it. This is non-metallic. But I love the way you've got all the Shashko patterns printed within, like, all the petals of these designs. It's gorgeous, isn't it? A question from Jean. Hi, will you be getting the PU Debbie Shaw fabric from yesterday back in again? We haven't got any PU in today, but we have got the cork. At 11 o'clock, we have got the cork. If that's the one that you meant, we have got the cork in the 11 o'clock in the kit hour, if that's the one that you meant. So I love that one because it feels very, because they've got all, it's very patchwork. It feels very sewy. And I like fabrics that have sort of patchwork type prints. This is just a very pretty all over floral print. You've got lovely, just pretty, isn't it? Lovely red background with pinks and oranges and yellows. And all of them have different scales in them, don't they? Some of them are really big, like the cranes one, and then you've got the smaller ones like this, but that's pretty. That makes me think summer dresses and pyjama bottoms. Or little makeup bag. Whoa, this is quite a stunning one. We're on to cranes again. Cranes, but with a red background this time. I don't know if this has got a way up. Am I upside down on that one? Yeah, I think it's that way up. I think the cranes are flying in all different directions. So the last crane we had a black background. This is it with the red background. Exactly the same print, but with the red. Just depends what effect you want. Again, everything is outlined in metallic. So that's the one that's on screen at the moment. Next. Trying to fold these up nicely. There we go. Oh, this is the same as that red one, but with the black background. Again, there's not a metallic in this one, but you've got a lot of beautiful prints in that. So that is Japanese flower bloom in black. Should we get in there so you can get into, see a bit of detail on it? It's lovely. It's got a really lovely solid black background, but it has got, you can see sort of shadows of paler black or grey flowers in the background. So it has a very floating, multi-layered appearance to it. It's not many fabrics you find, particularly floral, with a black background. So it's quite stunning if you're looking for that sort of effect. It's quite unusual to find it. Next, we've got the rivers. I think it was purple that we had this one in before. So you've got like these rivers of patterns with flowers all sitting on top of them, and they're like lily pads or clouds. But every one of these rivulets has got a different pattern printed within it. So you can see some of them in there. When you get really close, you can see all of the different patterns. But that's gorgeous. There's so much flow to that one. And, oh, this is a beautiful metallic one. I think you are going to have to go onto the website and have a look at them all together. If you're thinking, no, I've got two left, this one and one more. I can't do the fans. So this is the last one. Again, it's like a real raspberry red background, but so pretty. You've got pink, teal, primrose, and just really, really summery. Because it's nice, you know, I know it's nice to have seasonal fabric, but it's good to have things that you can make for other times of the year as well. But this is a very, very pretty fabric. It's like Japanese Liberty, isn't it? That's not a thing, but it's that kind of feel. It's got that sort of very, very prettiness to it, but with the Japanese influence. Liking that. Finally, I thought we couldn't have fans. So that's it. That's all the Japanese fabrics. I didn't quite as neat as I started with. I've got loads of gorgeous, gorgeous canvas bundles as well. So let's do this one to start with. I love this one. So in the bundle, we have 1/2 metre of a French bulldog. Sounds an odd sentence. So this is gorgeous because this fabric is really wide. I think it's 150 centimetres. That's just half of it. I'll show you. It's like that. Sorry, in total, that's all the fabric. And the little images that are printed. So it's a beautiful natural linen colour background, a nice canvas weight. Each of the actual, I can use my special tape measure, which is a lot easier. My special tape measure. Each of the bulldogs is a couple of inches long, with a lovely like jadey colour background, and they've all got little blue bow ties and glasses on. Anyway, in this bundle, you also get 1/2 metre of just our plain cotton fabric, but that blends beautifully with it. So it's the Rose and Hubble quality fabric, quilting weight cotton, beautiful quality. But often I know that when you buy these canvas fabrics, you want to use them for bags or things, and you want to line them or edge them or border them or pipe them. This fabric goes beautifully with it. So for £7.48, you get 1/2 metre of this, which is 150 centimetres wide, and then you get 1/2 metre of the turquoise fabric. This is your normal 112/44 inch width, but the absolute perfect match. £7.48. So with that, you know, you could make 3 cushion fronts from 1/2 metre of that. But when you make something, don't forget to keep the little dogs as well if you've got any extra left on the edges, because they are so sweet. Jean's got back in touch and she says, "Hi, sorry, I meant the patterned cork that Debbie used in the tote she made." So if you have a look on the website, there we go, and scroll down, go to the pre-order side, not today's deals, but pre-order. That means things we haven't had on air yet. And you scroll down, you'll get past the hours. There's the kits. And if you keep going down, there is the cork. So we've got the fine grain, and also there is another one, isn't there? Oh, that's nice. Pattern gold and the pattern silver. And we've got loads of them, black and white. We've got loads of them. Oh, gold sparkle, silver sparkle. We've got the medium grain and the rainbow. So those are all on the website. I will be going through those at 11 o'clock. So if you, so I'll be showing you those, and we have one of the kits available of that for Debbie's bag. So I'll be going through all at 11 o'clock, so I'll show you them all in detail. But if you want to get ahead and get those, then you can do that then. Thank you, Jean, for your questions. Always really useful because, you know, obviously quite often what you're thinking is what someone else wants to know the answer to. So it's really useful. I love this. This one should be called Hawaiian Pug. He's like, these are so funny, aren't they? So he's a pug with a, like a rainbow Hawaiian ruffle around his neck. Again, these are 2 inches. I'll get my new tape measure. See, there's the size of them. So you get 1/2 metre of this with all these little pugs on, and then you get 1/2 metre. Now this is canvas weight fabric. It's beautiful quality. It really is sort of cushion cover curtain quality. So if you want, it's that kind of weight. But we've also got 1/2 metre of just the plain cotton fabric, chartreuse, and look how beautifully. I mean, that is an absolute perfect match, isn't it? Gorgeous. So £7.48, pugs and green fabric. Package that one away. Then the final dog bundle is the Dalmatian. He's got a bow tie and glasses on. I just love this because you've got that real sort of traditional, natural, calm and gentle linen effect fabric, and then you've got mad dogs. But it's almost like a watercolour effect. Again, this is the size of them, only a couple of inches high. And then you've got 1/2 metre of this lovely blue, shake, that goes with it. Look how well that matches his bow tie exactly. So you've got 1/2 metre of the sapphire. So that bundle where you get a metre fabric in total, you're saving £2, £7.48 for the two. So if you know someone who loves dogs, bow ties or glasses, perfect. It's a really unusual fabric. I love that. Bit of fun for any dog lover. Let's just fold that up. Right, should we do the canvases next? 'Cause I do the print ones. These are lovely, and I particularly like this one. Peacock feathers. So again, it's the same as those dog canvases. It's that lovely natural linen. And that is the colour. I mean, it's a deeper than a calico. It really is your natural linen with these beautifully vibrant peacock feathers. So I'm thinking, even if you were just going to make a cushion with this, these are crying out to be embroidered, because you could just like backstitch along the lines of this. I mean, £5.99 for 1/2 metre, and it's so wide, it's 150 centimetres wide. Now, I'm thinking, you know, maybe you want to cover some chairs with it. Look what it looks like that. Curtains. This is 150 wide. They would make, I mean, it is curtain weight, would make absolutely stunning door curtain. I love that. So again, because this is when we're selling this one by the 1/2 metre, if you want more than a 1/2 metre, it will be cut and sent to you as one whole piece. But look at the colours in that. This one was brand new in on Friday, bought especially for our bag making event. So yeah, I mean, it would make beautiful, like weekend bags, holdalls. I mean, you could make a simple tote bag, but you know, something more structured like a small backpack would be fantastic in that. The bag that Wendy's showing us in the next style, which is the weekend bag, we are selling the instructions only of that. And this peacock feather would be gorgeous. Oh, what, the bags are not on pre-order yet? But it will be. It will be. It just isn't at the moment. Next, I love this one. This is real hedgerow. I wonder if it's called hedgerow. It's like hedgerow wild flowers, isn't it? Botanical flowers. All right, botanical garden. I don't know, it just sort of feels like wild flowers. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, again, you know, we bought this especially for the bag making event. It is perfect for bag making because it is that sort of way. But it'd be lovely for a kitchen apron. Gorgeous. I think that would look really nice. If you could make a kitchen apron, oven mitts, oven gloves, that kind of thing, tea cozies, it would be stunning. I mean, I think the price, £5.99 for 1/2 metre of it. But, you know, if you were doing any soft furnishings like lampshades or covering seats, that sort of thing, this is beautiful. It's very classic but pretty. And I think using this neutral linen colour background, it suits any colour on top of it, whether it's a bright one or a muted one. So £5.90, only £5.99, that's amazing. Cut, and it will be cut off the bolt to order. So if you're thinking, I'm going to get some new curtains made, you need 5 metres. That is actually, I mean, where would you find curtain fabric for £5.99 for 1/2 metre? This is the same one. Oh, look at this one. This is like, is that one sold out? Oh, I might have to put that one away then. The code on this one is EYC 409. She's just checking before we get too excited. Is that one sold out? Oh, no, we have got it. So this one is like, it's like a watercolour painting of fruits and flowers and berries. So you've got some fruits, you've got slices of pink grapefruits, big blue grapes and bramblebees, but it is beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Again, you know, this is a fantastic bag, isn't it? When you see Wendy's bag in the next hour, I think it would be lovely for that. But again, just think about things, soft furnishings, because it is that weight. It's not, I mean, you know, I'm just thinking you could use it for dressmaking. If you were making something more structured, like an A-line skirt or a pinafore, it would be perfect for that. It's not your loose, flowing summer dress, but it would look amazing as a pinafore. Actually, that peacock one would look nice as a pinafore, wouldn't it? I love that one. All those kind of apron dresses as well. But we've also got, I'm going to skip ahead to the one below that, because this is exactly the same fabric, but it has a black background instead. Look at that. Whoa. So there's so many different things you can do, because it's not like super thick upholstery like that tapestry fabric we had, but for structured dressmaking, like a jacket, a beautiful jacket. Just something really simple, collarless jacket that you just wanted to pop over a black evening dress. Would look amazing. Do have a look on the website, because we have got lots and lots of different of these canvas fabrics, but absolutely love this one. It's the sort of fabric I feel like I need to buy 3 meters of it so that I've got enough to do something with. I'm not sure what. Then we have one final canvas fabric, which is different to the others because it hasn't got that natural linen background, but it has got pineapples. I love this one. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I've lost the rest of the selvage, so I don't know who it's by. Poppy Europe, I like that. So you've got a much like very dark linen, you know, your real, oh, my pineapple's upside down, very dark linen colour, but its print is not linen fabric, and look at it, it's just mad, pineapples, but it is your canvas weight, so it is 150, is it 150 or 140? I'll tell you what, I'll just get my tape measure out. If I use this tape measure enough, it might become mine. But I think it's, I think that's 140. But it's got these beautiful big like hibiscus flowers and pineapples. So this one is, yeah, 140, 135 wide. So not as wide as the others, but isn't that stunning? This one is very limited, tropical taupe cotton canvas fabric. Again, you could, there's only 3 meters of this. So if you need this, you need to put it in your basket and check out. But great, again, fun dressmaking, but what a lovely bag. Summer backpack, I'm thinking like one of those mini backpacks. Look gorgeous in that. Right, very, very quickly, I'm going to do the plain cotton canvas. Is that all of these? That side of all of them, they're similar, aren't they? So the plain cotton canvas, now this is, because these are all the same fabric, just different colours, so I'm just going to talk to you about width first. These are 140 centimetres wide. Wow, $3.99. Why is that so inexpensive? $3.99, and it's 140 centimetres wide. Now this is canvas weight, it's not your super thick, very, very structured canvas. It's not that sort of canvas, but it's much heavier than cotton. It's beautiful for bag making because it gives it's just a little bit stiffer than your cotton fabric, and it's stronger as well. But this is a really nice soft canvas, which is why it's really good for dressmaking as well. But for bag making, you don't need to put so much kind of interfacing and everything in it because it is really lovely and structured. So this one is ivory. $3.99 for half a metre. So if you're thinking I'd like to make, because it is very, yeah, it isn't bright white, but for lining something, that's beautiful, isn't it? But even, you know, when you're making cushions, you can make them out of normal quilting weight fabric, but if you make a cushion out of canvas, it has a lot more structure to it. So maybe you want to make some beautiful white ones for a bedroom. We've got it in pale blue. Let me show you what this colour looks like. This very sky blue, $3.99. Remember, they're really good to use together, really good to use a canvas for an outer and a line, because that gives your bag a lot of structure if that's what you're doing with it. £3.99. Yeah. So if you remember, we used these fabrics in the last style with Wendy's Tapestry bag. We use these for the lining because they're not so super stiff. Not like your sort of twill cut canvases, but they've got a more weight than normal ones. So that's the sky blue. Next, it's in red. This is the blue red rather than orange red, if you want to know the sort of tone of it. So it's kind of pillar box red. That's lovely, isn't it? Again, ideal for things like A-line skirts, very lightweight jackets. £3.99. That's amazing, isn't it? Then, just got to get through these now. Oh, I like the, this one is seeded. So it's called cream, but it's like a calico because it's got the seeds in it, but it's a really nice weight. And you know how when the more heavyweight calicos are quite stiff, this isn't. This has got a really nice, look, you can see when I do this to it, it's got a really nice fluidity and drape to it, but it looks like a calico, so perfect for those tote bags. Maybe you want to make tote bags where you want to do your own printing on them or draw on them with fabric pens, or you want to do a plique and you want a really neutral background. This is absolutely perfect because it has that tiny seeded effect in it. But it's ever so soft. I mean, it is beautiful quality canvas. Right. And then the final one is a gorgeous colour. I hope this one should be called Dijon Mustard. But it's not. It's called Gold. But it is the colour of Dijon Mustard. That's lovely, isn't it? Well, I hope you've enjoyed the bag making fabric hour. We've had loads there, haven't we? Do have a look on the website. There are plenty more on there if you want to see all the other ones that we've got. Some of the fabrics have been extremely popular, so if you've got them in your basket, please do check out, or if you want them, check out straight away. Remember, you can check out as many times as you want, and don't forget the dressmaking scissor pack has almost sold out. Just leave one set for me. They are gorgeous. Anyway, I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. Wendy's going to be showing us how to make her weekend bag. We've got some kits available for that and the pattern only. You are going to love this one. So I will see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and we are on the last row of Village Street. This time we've got a row of stars across the top, two different styles, but the interesting thing is the combination of colour that we've used across here and how we've put the different stars together. In the package, this final package that you will receive, you'll also receive instructions as to how to put the quilt together and the binding. So I do hope you've been keeping up and that you're anxiously awaiting the last package to come through your door. I thank you for letting me join you in your living room, and I do hope that you are enjoying and learning through this very enjoyable project.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long-arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. Look, Wendy's finished my bag, so if you're with me at 8, this was the bag that she was demoing with. In fact, I think we've still got some of these kits available. Look, and she finished it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the pockets. Got one for my brother. Have a look on the website if you want to get them, because the other colourway sold out. So in that last hour, so in an hour, the first hour she made this and then finished it off. Look at that, beautiful. Anyway, my new bag, that is. I should be down the supermarket with that to buy my milk. So in this hour, we have this brand new travel bag that Wendy has designed, especially for us. Now, we haven't managed to have it on pre-order all morning. So if you want it, grab it now, because we think it's going to be massively popular. It is a beautiful bag. Now, in the bundle, oh yes, it's sitting behind me. It is it. So in in the kit for the bag, we'll talk through the bag details in a bit, but in the kit you get the instructions. Look, there it is. How big is the bag, Wendy? I know. The bag is 17 inches wide, 8 inches deep and 8.5 inches high. So it's perfect for your weekend away or the gym or
half an hour in my case.
Or half an hour away, or putting your fabric in. It's that beautiful size. So look, there's the instructions, everything you need to know, lovely, full colour photos, really, really detailed. You also get a metre of this beautiful Moda fabric. Look at that. So this is the colour that the bag that's in the sample on the instructions is made in. This gorgeous, called Moda Sunday Stroll. Isn't that lovely? So proper Moda fabric. Whole metre of that, that's used for the outside. And you get a metre of the canvas. Now this is used to line it, it's used for the edgings of the pockets and it's used for the straps as well. But doesn't that, it just goes beautifully, really picks up the blue in those flowers. So you get 2 metres of fabric, one of which is Moda, and you get the instructions and you get the zip. Nice 20-inch zip. So important, isn't it? Because, you know, quite often it's the one thing you've then got to find. So everything you need, bar the thread and the sewing machine, is in here. You will need wadding as well, which we've also got. That's not in the kit, but I'll show you that in a minute because we've got a bit of a special offer on that. So £31.99. Now, we've only just put these on sale. There are less than 20 left. So, I mean, this is, I think it's just fantastic price that other than the wadding, which we've got a special offer on, everything you need is in this kit. That's gorgeous. But we do have other colourways, should you want a different option. I'm going to go stags. Now, this is your sort of, this is where you're going for your country weekend away. So yeah, this is like, this kind of feels like a bit New Year's Eve, doesn't it? Going up to Scotland.
It's perfect for your jacket with your rabbit pockets.
Yes, perfect. Be good for my rabbit pocket jacket, wouldn't it? Love this. So on here you've got stags, deer and babies. Fawns. I was trying to think, what are babies called? And fawns on a lovely green check background. This is lovely, isn't it? What is this one called? I hadn't noticed
the fawns.
Oh, there you go. It's called Loch Lewis. Ooh. So if you want that kind of, this would be ideal for, yeah, your weekends away. A bit more masculine as well if you wanted to make a bag for a man. It comes with a metre of this dark grey lining fabric. That goes together beautifully. Now, Wendy is going to be demonstrating with this bundle, so if you want to see what it's going to look like made up, she'll have that with her. Obviously, you get the full instructions, very important, and the full zip. So that's everything you need, bar the wadding, which we've got a special offer on that I'm going to show you in a minute. Love that one. Love the colourway. But we'll see that one all come together, so you better see how that one works. And then finally, we've got the pretty one. So let me show you the main fabric for this. Obviously, you get the instructions in here, but look at this fabric. You've got blackberries, little flowers. So this is very pretty floral, but autumn, because you've got blackberries in it. So it's like a really florally pretty one. So if you're thinking you want a weekend bag that's girls' weekend away.
I haven't seen that fabric yet, and I love it.
It's lovely. It's so pretty, isn't it? Sleepover, you know, maybe nice.
Oh, when
you know,
are you coming over then?
Yes, I will come for a sleepover, Wendy, with my new bag.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
But you know, maybe you've got a wedding weekend away, hen party, hen weekend. Make all of them a bag.
Okay.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it? With that comes a metre of the ivory cream, the ivory lin canvas fabric. Oh, can't get my words out. With it comes a metre of canvas fabric in ivory. You also get this 20-inch zip and clearly the full instructions which you need. We have one final colourway. We didn't know whether we could get this. It was touch and go. It's only happened at the very, very last minute. Oh, do you think the price is wrong? Okay. Does that mean it's much cheaper than it really should be wrong? Oh, right, well, let's get that one on air quickly before they realise. Now, this one, because we weren't sure, whether we could get this one. We weren't sure what we had left, but we have got it. This is tapestry fabric. Oh my word, $28.99. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Look, so you get a metre of the tapestry fabric, which is so wide, so you are going to have some left over. A whole metre. I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? It's like seasonal barcodes. All the stripes. Isn't that gorgeous? So this makes the bag really sturdy and heavyweight, doesn't it?
Wow.
That's gorgeous. And look, you get a metre of the canvas, and look at the colour of the canvas. It's like paprika. They probably don't call it that. Terracotta. I'm going paprika, but it's like terracotta. But isn't that gorgeous? You get the zip, and I love the fact that the zip is cream because it picks up all the lines. Because all the lines in here are cream between each colours. And obviously you get the full instructions as well. So for under £30, everything you need bar the wadding. In fact, I don't think you'd need to put wadding.
I would say, that's what I was going to say with the tapestry, I wouldn't put wadding.
Oh yes, they remember they're different on reverse. So, oh yeah, nice in reverse as well, look. Completely different.
I like it.
Look at that. I love that. So, didn't know we could get it. So when you, with this one, you probably won't need to put the wadding in it. With the other three, you do. So let me just talk to you about the wadding, because you need a metre piece, which is the one we've got here. Now, throughout the whole, a lot of our bags use this H640, which basically means it's fusible on one side. Because people go, oh, H640, and no one knows what they're talking about. It just means single-sided fusible wadding. So it's normally £9.99 for a metre. That's a metre by 90 centimetres. But for the whole of the bag making event, we have dropped the price to £7.99. Now, comes as a pre-cut 1 metre piece, which is exactly what you need to make the bag. So for any of the 3 bags, not the tapestry one, you will need the wadding, but that is an amazing price, isn't it? £7.99. It's lovely to use because it's fusible on one side. It makes bag construction so much easier because you haven't got all of that tacking going on. There we go. So you've just got to choose which one. Difficult, I know. But with this one, unlike the tapestry one, we can sell you the instructions on their own. So if you've got fabric already and you think, oh, I would be liking to make a travel bag in something else, we can get you the instructions on their own, £9.99. Now, in the instructions, it does tell you what you need. So you'll need a metre of main fabric for the bag outer and a metre of extra wide contrast fabric for the bag lining. So extra wide means what, Wendy?
The canvas width.
So like 140?
Yes.
Right.
Wide one.
So it does tell you in here what you need if you're using fabric from your own stash. But if you want the instructions just on their own, £9.99. Right. Morning again, Wendy.
Good morning. Now, the only reason that I say to use the extra wide is because you construct it with the handles. But however, if you want to do the handles in a different fabric,
right,
that's
then
the
you
only
don't
reason.
need extra wide.
Then you don't.
Oh, okay. I want to have a look at it.
You've got it round the wrong
shelf.
way. That's the right way. That's it, with your little pockets at the front.
So you could use like webbing if you wanted to.
You could.
For the handles.
Again, apart from the fact that with this one, I would advise that you do use wadding because you do want, again, that little bit of stiffness in the bag.
Yes.
You don't have to have it, but it'll be awfully floppy.
Yeah, but it gives it a bit of structure.
It does.
What's in your bag? Ooh.
Elliot packed it. I think that's his dressing gown. That's
his dressing I think this is Elliot's sleepover kit.
I think it is.
It's
yes,
got
that's
a
his dressing
blanket
gown.
and a pillow. Are you staying somewhere?
He's already packed.
That's if he has to sleep in the car. But it's a great size, isn't it? Look at that.
And
gym gear.
That's right, because I stay away, as you know, quite a lot. I just wanted something that I could just put some overnight things in. But I've got a top secret one in another bag in there, haven't I? That I can't tell anyone.
Yeah, you have.
I have my
in
very
another bag. We're not allowed
secret.
to talk about. Now this has got pockets that go round the sides, and there, and there, and there. Handles, put it over your shoulder. Perfect for going to the gym.
That you do regularly. Yes.
Yes.
And
Perfect
me.
for other people
and me,
going to the gym.
Take it for them.
Not me, but other people.
And again, it's because I'm all about entry level. I want to get those people that aren't used to bag making. Anyone that makes bags and makes bags a lot, I haven't constructed it how you would normally do it. I've actually boxed the sides.
Right.
That's how it's turned it
To
into
make
a
it
square.
simpler.
And I wanted to make it really simple.
Right.
And with the zip is so easy. It's the easiest way.
Well, we
that
have a
you
lot
could
of
put-
people say, oh, I want a zip in the top of my bag, which, you know, obviously for security is good. So this is a really good way of learning how to do that.
And again, once you get it home and you've made it once and you understand the kind of structure and how it needs to be, then you can make it smaller, you can make it larger.
Okay. Yeah, so once you get the principle of it.
Once you know what you're doing, but as I say, I want to get all those people that are a little bit unsure of bag making to say, come on in, you can do this. It's the simplest bag that you could ever make.
Okay. So there are less than 10 of the Tapestry Bag left kit. The one that's $28.99, but so glad we got it because we weren't sure. A few difficulties with that. But it was touch and go, but obviously very popular.
I did want a tapestry version as well because that's my favourite fabric to work with. But also I just wanted to show you that you could just buy that as a kit and didn't have to have the wadding. I wouldn't put wadding in that unless you want a really rigid bag. But if you do put wadding on the tapestry, make sure that you trim your wadding a centimetre away from all the edges because it's just going to be too much for when you do the zip to cope with.
So the H640 is now sold out. Can you
Okay.
use any other wadding?
Wedding? I love that. That's my favourite. But yes, you can
Any
use.
wadding,
You
really.
can
You just
use.
if it's not fusible, you'll need to tack it in. But any wadding.
If
would
it's
do.
not fusible, then just if you've got your 505 spray, just use that, which is great, the 505, because it's repositional. And you'll see what I might be doing in a moment with some of the edges. So with the H640, once it's stuck, it's stuck. Whereas with
So you can use any, if you've got any wadding left over from something else, you know, you can just tack it in, that's fine. You don't have to use fusible.
and don't be frightened to patch your wadding as well, because you can
yes.
piece your wadding, can't you?
So where do we start?
The first thing that we're going to do is I've cut all the pieces out and I've made the handles.
Right.
The handles, and again, I put everything in the instructions so you don't cut something out and think, oh dear. These ones have been cut. I normally go width of fabric. These ones have been cut with the length of fabric. Now,
Right.
in the kits, you get a metre. So they're metre length.
Okay.
And I thought that was much easier because, again, that's why I needed the extra width to cut the handles, because I've done these a little bit wider than I normally would. But this one, I normally do like the inch handles.
Yeah, but these
are an inch and a half, but you do need it with this size
no, they're
bag.
nice, aren't they?
So cut them out first, but again, it does state in the instructions which way
Okay.
to cut them out. Then you cut the rest of the pieces. And I've done what I did with my first bag. I've cut them out square, and then we're going to be cutting out the corners later. But again, once you've made one, you know what you're doing, you can cut it all out at the same time. So I've just cut everything out and I have pre-wadded the back here.
Right.
Now, I think this is going to be perfectly fine to cope with in the machine, but you can cut it away a centimetre from the edge if you want to, so that you haven't got all that bulk in the seam. The one that you've got, I haven't cut it away, and I
Right.
think it actually makes it a little bit more
Oh,
rigid.
gives it a bit of structure.
It does, doesn't it?
That fabric's great. You could really quilt along all the lines of that, couldn't you?
That was the other thing I was going to say, because you have got quite a large expanse of fabric, if you wanted to quilt, however, when you put the handles on, that kind of stops, that gives you a little bit of structure in that centre section
Yes, that's
anyway.
true,
So
but
you
could-
you don't have to.
Right. Okay.
But you thought the same as me. I would be
just
up and
the
down.
lines,
Yes,
just
I
there,
would.
it's sort of like saying, oh, I want to be quilted.
Yeah. So if you are a little bit unsure, just cut everything away a centimetre. And a top tip is when you're using the H640, then just iron the centre bit first and not the edges. And then if you've made the decision not to cut that away, then just go up
but
to the
it's
edges.
fine with it, isn't it? It does add more structure to it.
That's what I like, but I know that especially when you're working with zips, you've got quite a big section when you're doing that. First thing we're going to do is we're going to construct the pocket.
Ah, okay.
So I've cut my pieces out, and always do my pockets like this. The lining fabric, these are going to be lined. The lining fabric is very slightly longer than the main fabric. So we place right sides together. Now, I don't think this is directional, this one. Do you? You're just
one
having a
moment,
look.
I
Yeah,
will
I've
just-
tried to. I've looked at it every way.
Oh,
I
okay.
couldn't see.
Then it probably isn't. If you
Well, I
can't
don't
work it out.
know. I couldn't see. So I'm just clipping these together. So clip or pin. So clip or pin them together.
No, it's definitely not, because that stag is upside down there. And then
I
he's the
thought
right
so.
way up.
He's
and that
kind of
way he's
always,
facing
isn't
left.
he?
And that way
you've got the whole family.
then he's facing
Didn't realise
right.
that. You've got
So
the whole
yeah,
family.
it's completely non-directional. Oh,
Right,
joy. I love
yes,
non-directional
I love,
fabric.
and that does make a big difference because again, it is in the instructions, but it would tell you there to cut the width of fabric out. Yeah, so with the bag outer, you cut one width of fabric first, and then you cut the panels. Now, I have a feeling with one, if it's really extra wide, you may be able to get all 3 panels out of the width that you cut.
Oh, okay.
Just don't cut the second one until you know if you can do that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch down here. Now, the rest of it is a centimetre seam, because I just wanted that little bit extra.
Yeah.
I think with a bag, that's really important, isn't it? To have a little bit extra. Sorry for making a noise, but there we go. So I'm just going to sew these right sides together. And my 1/4 inch foot. This is gorgeous, this fabric, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, when you've sewn that, then you get your pressing mat. And what you want to do is you want to place wrong sides together. And then you want to press it. But you want to join the bottoms together, like this, and you want to start pressing from that bottom edge. So at the moment, we've got the raw edges together, and what you will find is when you get up to the top, because the lining is slightly longer, it's going to create that imaginary piping look, the binding look. Not piping.
That's clever, isn't it?
It's just another one of those things that you don't have to worry about because the pattern does it for you.
It's just there, isn't it?
It is. So
and if you match up the bottom, it just does it for you.
Start at the bottom edge, matching those raw edges up together, and then just press towards the top, and then it's created that binding section. You could bind it like we did earlier if you wanted to, if you didn't want to line your pocket. But for this material and the one that you've got in front of you, I really think it needs to be lined. And the canvas gives you that. So now all I'm going to do is I'm now going to just sew that top just a little bit. Just sew it a little bit above the line because I've got grey on my machine, so I don't want to see this stitching now. And this is just to hold the top together, so it doesn't matter. You can just go a little bit longer stitch length here. So I've gone to a 2.6.
It's like a top stitch.
Yeah, you don't have to do this step, but it just holds those two pieces of fabric together. And it looks a bit more classy, doesn't it?
I always think it helps it to stay together better as well, doesn't it? To neaten and decorate.
It does, and I just think it looks a little bit more professional. Now, at the moment, that is done. So we don't need to do anything to that yet. Unlike the other bag, we have to do something before we put the pocket on. Because if you'll notice on the bag in front of you,
yes,
you have the handles inside the pocket. The other side.
Yes, I do have the handles inside the pocket.
So you don't want to put the pocket on.
No.
Because you won't be able to put your handles on.
Otherwise the handles will be on top of the pocket. That'd be quite annoying.
Now, you will have a little bit more fabric left over for the handles. So I'm short. I know that I'm short. If you do want a little bit of extra length to your handle, you can either add 6 inches on or the next step that I'm going to do, instead of doing a 6-inch line, you can do a 5 or a 4-inch line.
So pin them on and then sort of put them over.
Yes.
Or have a look at a bag you've already got that you know you like the handle length
That is
of.
the perfect length
That's what I
for me.
normally do. Like I always forget with the tote bag, how long do I want it? So you just measure one that you like.
Yeah. Right, I just want to get this right because I'm going to make, I don't know who I'm going to make this one for. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah, you make this one for Elliot when he has to sleep in the car.
Well, he's already got his pyjamas in there ready, hasn't he?
He's already got his sleepover kit. He's got his blue and white spotty blanket and his pillow.
Right.
He's got 3 cans of lager underneath here as well.
So we want a line in from the. Has he got his lager in there? Sorry, that just went.
Wendy just got that.
Yeah, that went straight.
She's like, really?
That went straight over my head. Sorry. So what I'm doing is I've got an extra wide ruler here. So I'm able to do this with the ruler, but it doesn't matter, you don't need one. And I'm just I'm coming in 1/2 inch because it's 8.5. So I know that this line down here is 8 inches. And then I want to start, it's not the other way, isn't it? Let's do it that way. Sorry, because I just want it to come in, let's do the 1/2. I want it to come in I've done it, haven't I? 5 inches. That would be the easiest thing to do. Put it on a hole, wouldn't it? Because my maths. So and then I want to draw a 6-inch line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And then it doesn't matter, I'm using my friction pen, so this is going to iron off. And then I just do a little T-bar at the top and the bottom. And this is just make it a little bit easier to place the handle. And then we do it exactly the same.
Well, it's often easier to see, because it's like you draw lines and you think, well, I can't find it now.
Well, like my one earlier.
Yeah, I do that all the time. And you think, how could I not see
Oh,
that?
yes, I am
drawn
always doing that. So I'm going to do 8 inches in on that side and count down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start it from here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you want your handles a bit longer, just make this line a little bit shorter so that they start. Having said that, you don't want them so high that they peep out the top of the pocket, because the whole point is that you don't want to see them in the pocket.
Yes.
Then what we do, we get our handle. Now, I have made these handles in the normal way, but before I folded them together, I folded the ends in, because one of these on the other side is going to be on show. So you want the ends to be as neat as you possibly can get them.
Yeah.
And by doing that, before you fold them in half, you fold the end over. So you fold the end over. And then there is a drawing in there as well. You can also fold it a certain way so that it doesn't look messy.
Yeah, so it's slightly, almost a bit mitered.
It is. But it's all in there and it explains it. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to place the first one. I haven't drawn the bottom of my line there. Oh yeah. So the first one on my line, and anyone that knows my making now always knows that I tend to go on the inside of the line. So I'm lining the bottom of the handle in that little right angle there. And then you do need for this one to pin, because you can't clip it, because there's nowhere to clip it. So we're just going to pin this one in place. And then you want to make sure that your line is visible at the top, because that's where you're going to start sewing from and finish sewing from. There we go. Right.
Question.
One
One
moment,
moment,
on a roll
caller.
then. It's on a roll.
Morning, just a quick question. What stitch length do you use to construct your bags? They're from Jill in Cambridgeshire.
It depends. If it's really thick, then I try and do the smallest stitch I can for the fabric, because what you don't want is big gaping stitches.
Yeah.
So for something like this, I would probably do a 2.6, 2.8, maybe go up to 3. I wouldn't want to go up to 3, because again, you don't want your opening.
Yeah, so if you can get away with a 2.5,
do it.
but
if
you
can.
might have to go a bit bigger.
Yes. What you don't want is, as you're going along, it's all bunching up,
Yeah.
because as you know, with your stitch length, the smaller the stitch length, the more times the needle goes up and down per inch, and you don't want it all bunching. The one thing I would say, you will have a little bit left over, put a little bit of wadding behind it, a little scrap bit, just have a play, because the last thing you want to be doing is ruining this.
And we've got another question.
Oh gosh.
It's question time. Message from Wendy. Hi both, I love watching Wendy, and she makes using the Dukey NX7 Easy. I have it, but it's still in the box along with all my
Who's
lovely
that?
fabrics.
Who is that?
That's Wendy in Oxfordshire.
Wendy.
Get it out of the box, Wendy.
Right, Wendy, by the end of the day, I want a picture, tag me please, to say I want to see your machine out.
Out of the box. Just plug it in and sort of polish it. That's like half the battle, isn't it? And how about just stitch on a bit of fabric? No more. Just to see.
I couldn't just do that. I just have to. No, honestly, it is the easiest machine I've ever used, because if it doesn't like something, it goes, whoa, you're not doing that. But it is scary to look at. I'm not going to lie, it is scary. It's not.
Just have a go. And then read the manual.
And do you know what? I just heard that. And do you know what, Wendy? Just message me.
Yeah.
Just say, look, what do I do? Because
And she will message you back.
Eventually.
Yeah, she will. She's on Facebook, just message her. Elliot says you've done that wrong.
Elliot noticed that before I noticed it. Hang on, I didn't count down enough. 1, 2, 3. That's because I've only done 4 for that one, Elliot.
Oh dear.
But you see, just shows that we do it. Us guys get too excited because someone else has got one of these.
She's just not concentrating. She's not concentrating today.
That's okay. And all I'm doing is I'm drawing a little
What I'm
box.
doing is re-putting my handle on.
You'll have much more time than I will. But well spotted, Elliot. And I'm just drawing where I need to sew so that I can follow the lines, because it's much easier to follow
It
lines.
is,
And then
yes.
I'm going to sew over the top stitch that I've done on my handle. And then I'm going to do a cross section at the bottom and a cross section at the top. You don't want to be sewing beyond there, because this is going to fold over and become the top of the bag.
because that's the top of your bag.
It is. So
Got
that's what
it.
I'm going to do. Now here is where I would increase my stitch length a little bit, because I've now got lots of layers. And it's going to sew around there. Now, also what I would do, although I'm not going to at the moment because it takes a little bit more time, I'd use the 3 stitch. And Wendy, if you get your machine out, you'll see what I mean. It's fantastic, my favourite stitch.
3 stitch? What's
Yeah,
the
there's a
3
little, it's like lines of 3. I'm sure someone said it was for doing stretch fabric, but I might be wrong.
Okay, so it
I
just
might
sort of
be wrong.
stitches back.
Oh yeah, I just use any stitch. And that's the great thing, just have a go, just have a play with it.
And then get the manual out. Because, I mean, some people say we'll go through the manual, but I think it's sometimes just good to have a go, isn't it?
And a top tip is to actually get a double layer of fabric. Don't just do it with one, because you wouldn't normally just sew on one
Rarely.
layer, would you?
And give it a go, and then, you know, I think it's always intimidating, isn't it? You
Yes.
think, oh, I can't. It's
Absolutely.
but put it on the table. Get it out of the box on the table, and then tomorrow.
Just look at it. Just
look at it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't. I would have to get it out. Well, I got it out immediately.
No, I'd feel like I need the time and the space to think about this.
No, you don't need that. It is, honestly, it's an exceptional machine, and it will tell you, it'll bleep at you if it doesn't like what you're doing. But if you are going to have a play, just make sure that you have the right foot on to accommodate the stitches, because you don't want to be doing a fancy stitch with the foot that's got the hole in the middle. I'm not sure if this one tells you you've got it wrong as well, but it's very good. I might let you have a play of mine later. I might not. Depends what I'm feeling like.
I haven't got one of those.
I think you should get one.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. I'll let you borrow mine.
I have got a nice machine, and I've got an old Singer machine as well.
I know, I am so envious of you.
I have only got 2 machines.
Oh, I think I've got loads, but this is my favourite. There we go. So I've now sewn the handle on. There we go. Now, the pocket only goes on one side. So with the other handle, will I have time to do the other handle, do you think? Because I would like to make the whole bag.
Oh, go on then. Go on then. But you'll have to do everything else faster than... We've got another question from Glynis. Good morning, girls. Can I pad the handles out for comfort when carrying? Love the demo. Thank you, Glynis.
Absolutely.
Wendy's not bad, is she? Really?
Absolutely. Do you know what? You can do what you like.
Yeah, I'm going yes. What would you just put? Would you put 1 width of wadding in it? Or 2?
I'm counting. Hold on a moment.
So she's counting.
See,
She can't do 2
that's
things at once.
why. That's 5, isn't it? That's not 6. I better do that one the same then, hadn't I?
Wendy,
Yes, sorry.
would she put 2 lots of wadding in? As in, you know, because this is folded.
No.
So you just cut the wadding to half the width.
Yes,
of
I
this-
would. Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah.
And then what do you do? Put it
Well, you
inside.
try it. Do you know what? Again, don't use it on the long length of one. Just have a little tiny piece of wadding and a piece of fabric and try it and see
Right.
what's best for you.
Okay.
Because the one thing that I do like is neatness. And of course, the thicker you make the handle, then the top stitching.
But you could just put a bit in the top, couldn't you? For that shoulder section.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because some bags have like a little thing, don't they?
Excuse me.
A little thing with Velcro on that goes around the handles and holds them together, and that goes over your shoulder.
yes.
You know, it just goes like there.
Absolutely.
Oh, actually, this quite suits me. Look at me. Look,
I get you.
it does quite suit
No,
me.
I like
doesn't
this colour. I think I'm
it?
going to
Really
have
goes
this
with my
one.
cardi, but you know,
I've
I've never had bags that match my clothes.
You are funny. You do make me titter. Right. We do have some giggles, you and me, don't we? Normally when you're going along the M, whatever you go
Usually on the M5. That's where we have our best ideas.
Yeah, I go, how far away have you? Oh, I've got half an hour
Yeah,
to
we've got
talk to
half an hour. We have our best ideas on the M5.
you. Yeah.
It's so boring.
When you're not finding Pete the potato.
Yeah, it's so boring, that motorway. Oh dear.
Right, so I'm just going to put my.
Not that I phone you because I'm so bored, but it is the most.
Well, I know
boring.
that I know you do.
At least the M4's full of traffic. It's a bit more interesting.
No, believe me, it's not
Well,
interesting.
the M5 is like, oh, you think really? That's why I have to stop at the farm shop services.
See Pete the potato.
I have to because it's so boring.
I know you're normally there, aren't you? When I say, where are you at the moment? You're
Yeah,
normally
just
in the
come out
farm
of
shop.
services.
We don't have that along the M. I'm on the M25,
There's
which
another
is
one up north somewhere as
lovely.
well. Let's go to that. Well, that wasn't the first one. The original one is up north somewhere.
Oh, is it?
I don't know where.
That is very intuitive to do that. That's very clever.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it? It's very
And
good.
the petrol station's got like turf on the roof, like the Teletubby house.
Wow. Showing your age now.
Yeah, is that not on it?
Does anyone know what the Teletubbies are?
Yeah. Does not everyone know what? Tinky
I'd be
Winky,
Dipsy. I'd be Dipsy, wouldn't I? Absolutely.
Dipsy, La La Po. Oh,
No, I'd probably be La La.
I still remember the song. That's really sad.
That is really sad, isn't it?
You know what it's like? I think I know the Postman Pat theme tune as
Oh,
well.
I know that as well. I know all the words.
Postman Pat, Postman Pat.
Yeah, no one needs to hear that on a Monday morning, do they?
Oh.
No, we do have all our ideas on the M5, don't we? Well, no, you do. You go, I thought of something we could do.
I thought so, and when I say we, I mean you.
Then you go, shall I leave you to it then?
I'll send you some pictures.
Yeah, so I'm just doing that last one.
Okay.
I know I've got the last one. It won't take long. It doesn't.
So actually, but if you did wad all the straps, you would be able to still sew that through, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
You could still do it.
And H640 is brilliant because it's not so cumbersome. It's really good.
But then, do you know the 80-20 cotton wadding, which is actually my favourite wadding?
Is it?
Completely, absolutely love that. I always buy. Well, you can buy it from Sewing Street by the half metre, but you can also, which is fab, you can buy it in like massive pieces, like super king size. So I always have a bag of that because I use it for all sorts of things.
I do.
Stuff,
I
and I love
absolutely
it
use it for
because it shrinks. You know, when you quilt something,
yes,
like a quilt, and then you put it in the washing machine on a cold wash, it shrinks slightly and then it looks like it's sort of hand quilted.
I love that look.
So that is my favourite, the 80-20, and that is actually quite thin. It makes a beautiful quilt, but it's like the 8640. It's not fusible.
Yes. But you see, I kind of like that as well, the fact that it isn't, because you can, if you're using your 505, you can move it if you need to.
But I do love the stuff that we sell by the half metre, whatever that's called. What's that called, Kat? 80-20.
Oh yes, that. Yeah.
Message from Anne. Morning, ladies. Could you please tell us which sewing machine you're missing it? You are using. I missed it. Thank you, Anne. It is the. Have we got any in stock, Kat? No, we haven't got any. But it is the beautiful Dukey something.
NX7.
NX7.
Yes.
Bit like a Porsche. Only it's a sewing
It is
machine.
incredible. It is incredible.
And from another Anne has said, I've got the Dukey UX8. Yes, very easy to use, but now I've lost it to my daughter on a Friday. She's learning to quilt. But that's an investment, you see, Anne. That's an investment in the future that she's learning.
It is, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yes, because you go, you've got the machine,
Because
so you've got to
she
make it.
can now do it for you.
Now,
That's very kind of you to lend it to her. You have to go to buy yourself another one.
so we've put both handles on, and now we're going to place the pocket panel on. Because now
the handles are in the bag.
They are in the bag.
See, I am following.
You
I'm
are.
concentrating.
You are following.
I've trimmed all your ends off while you were sewing off this bag with my lovely new scissors.
Shush. Stop it. You're not supposed to tell them I left an end on there.
Oh, there's always ends.
There is
There's always ends.
Now, again, another personal choice, depending on what you want to put in it. I like the idea of going down the centre of the handles because that way it hides the handles. No one can peep in and see where the ends are. So that's what I do, but you know what you want it for.
More strength as well.
What are you thinking?
No, I would do that because that actually adds strength to the handles as well.
Yeah. And again...
And also, I wouldn't want the handle any bigger than that because I think it would gape. Particularly if you put stuff in there. So put like a drinks bottle like this lovely one I have here with my lemon squash in. You see, if you put that in and it was any bigger than that,
Oh yes, it would,
wouldn't it gape?
Yeah, it would.
So I don't think you'd want it.
Or what you could do, you could make that centre one if you really wanted to. You could make it
Yeah, you
snug.
could make it to fit.
Yes, you could. And then again, I'm going to do exactly the same.
It fits quite nice in the end one. Look
Because
at that.
because I don't want my bottom bits to because I don't want to lose it out the bottom. I draw the line as big as my corners are going to be
Yes,
along the bottom.
perfect.
Well, I will just check they are that size. I just to say I've had a lot of
I
sleeps
do
since
like
then.
that fabric.
I've
That's
had a lot
nice.
of sleeps. What am I the fabric
The
I'm
one
using?
you're using. Message from Carolyn. Good morning from a wet Bude. Surely not. Never rains in Cornwall. Gloucester Services sister is T-Bay. Where's that then? Both are the best ever. Love from the mobile crafting unit. Where's T-Bay then? I don't know. Where is that?
Next to the S-Bay.
So, but I think, well, it was in Cumbria. Oh, it would be, wouldn't it? Being Cumbria. It's posh there. Do you know what I found out the other day? And I drove my son up to Leeds, and he was telling me he didn't know whether we'd go past the motorway, so I googled it when I got home. There's a motorway that goes from Leeds to, I think, Manchester maybe, and it's got a house in the middle of it.
No.
Honestly, it's got a farm, and I googled it when I got home.
Wow.
And he'd obviously gone from Leeds to I think it was to Manchester at some point.
Yeah.
So the motorway goes along like this, and then it splits like that, and then comes back together, and in the middle of that is a farm.
Wow. Wow. So while you've been in your farm shop, all I've done is I've just drawn a line across the bottom, the same
Yeah.
as we did with the earlier bag, because I don't want any of my bits falling underneath. But I know you'd have a secret panel under there, wouldn't you? You would.
Secret question from Lexi. Wendy.
I didn't do it.
I have an NX7 as well, and I love it. Can it be used for quilting as well, or do I need a long arm quilter?
Now that is a difficult one because I want a long arm quilter.
Yeah, you don't need a long arm quilter. Do you need a long arm quilter?
Look,
They are really expensive.
I want one though. The thing I will say, it's got that area that you can work that is the biggest one
got
I
a
have
big
got.
throat.
It has got a huge throat, whereas mine at home have got small ones, so I'm having to.
Right.
So it depends. This is going to sound really stupid, but it does depend on the size of your quilt.
So yes, you can use it for quilt, but if it's a massive
Yeah.
quilt and you've got to roll it up,
Yeah.
it's not going to be as easy. But
Yeah.
but
Oh, that was a-
it does quilt in the same way. It's
And
just the
the
space.
absolutely fantastic thing about this is, oh dear, I want to use my walking foot.
It's just that
Hold on, because I'm a lefty, aren't I? So you just pull your walking foot, and we've got my walking foot on now.
it's just brilliant, isn't it?
No,
You
it's
stop-
not called a walking foot, is it? It's called, I keep getting told off, it's called a dual feed, I think.
Well, that's what a walking foot
Well, I know,
does.
but this has the proper name
It's
for
dual
it.
feed, isn't
So
it?
now I've got my dual
You've got
feed
your
foot
dual
on,
feed on.
and it's just easing through all those fabrics.
I'm glad you're doing a demo on a machine that we don't have in stock.
You started it.
Just teasing it.
We are, aren't we? But hopefully it will come back in stock. It's funny.
I
how
actually don't want a long arm quilter. I don't.
I
Really
do.
like
I do. I want
quilting.
one. I want one. Now, I would tack like I did in the bag before, but you keep looking at me, so I know I haven't got much time here, so I just want to romp through.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking at you because I'm watching you.
Oh,
not
okay,
because you haven't got time. That's what I'm supposed to do. I am supposed to watch what you're doing. I'm not looking at what the time is. So you think I'm watching you?
Yeah, it's like
No, look, there's a clock there. Look.
well, it's
It's
never
10:44.
It's never right to mine, and mine doesn't say that. Yes, so with the pocket, baste it on first. Do your tacking stitch within the 1/4 of an inch seam
Yes,
allowance.
yes.
So what I have done is I've sewn the bottom, and then I've sewn
Lovely. Thank you,
down,
Elliot.
but I haven't sewn it. I'm going to iron this so you can see that I
very
haven't.
much.
I haven't sewn beyond.
Not on the cutting mat, Wendy.
Oh gosh, I thought no. I've got loads of layers here.
Not
sorry.
on the cutting
that's,
mat, Wendy.
But there's loads and loads and
I
loads
bet
and
you
layers.
could hear Cat shouting
Yeah,
from the
sorry.
gallery.
Loads and loads and loads of layers I've got there. I've almost got like the strength of a cutting mat
No,
under there.
not on the cutting mat.
No, I won't. I know. She's already got across to me about something today.
Just tell her the ironing board was under.
It is under there. The ironing's under there. So I've only started from the line
Yes.
and going up towards the edge, because that way then you don't get any little bobbles
Yes.
down here.
Yes.
Now what we're going to do, we're going to cut out a bit. Hang on, let me just take the ironing mat out.
Yeah. Sorry, she's not looking at the menu, you're right.
Oh, it's not looking.
She's not looking.
Right. So I am what you do and I do is cut them out individually. Don't use them as a template. You can if you want to. You can if you want to.
I told you, I'm just a bit. I think I must have done it wrong once, and so now.
That's the thing. Yeah.
So Yeah. Can we? We're never going to get to a zip demo. Kat says.
We are demoing.
No, a zip demo.
Oh,
She
yeah,
said, could
yeah.
we have a zip demo?
This is what's
please?
this is what's going on
Or
now.
we will have run out of time.
Yeah, no, this is what's going on now. So we cut our
I'm ever so
corners.
sorry, she's a bit bossy today.
She is. I don't mind. So we're cutting our corners, and you do them top and bottom. Okay.
Okay.
So we do them top.
Yeah, because
and
we've only got
bottom.
10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Kat.
But we did promise.
Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll do that. That's because it's exactly the same as constructing box corners to make the rest of the bag. So
Okay.
I will again take it in there and make it for you.
So we're boxing every corner.
We're boxing every corner here.
Right.
Now, as we are tight for time, I am going to do what we don't like doing it, and I am going to use them as a template. And I'm only going to cut the top 2 out. You need to cut all 4
Yeah,
of
you should
them.
have some scissors like this. Those are rubbish.
Well, you've taken them. I haven't had a look in. You've taken them. They are absolutely unbelievable, those
I'm
scissors.
going, how much do I love these scissors? Have we got any left? A few.
Oh, that's not good. And so you would cut all of the
They
corners
go
out.
through the handles really well.
You're very naughty, you are. But so this is what you would do if you do want to use it as a template. But if you measure them all out, you'll know they're all going to be absolutely exact.
So you cut all the 4 corners.
Cut all
off
of them,
the
but
bag.
I'm only cutting the top 2 because I want to get onto the
You need
zip.
to go onto the zip. don't you?
Exactly. I'd forgotten about the zip actually, and that is the most important thing. Cause
Well, it is because
Yes,
it is
it
a
is.
question we have from a lot, and it's
Yeah.
also something that people often put off by.
yes, that's fine. So I've cut out, and you do need to make sure that you've got the top. You don't sew the zip on the bottom. You want to sew it on the top, so it's obvious where your pockets are. Which I have done.
Although for security reasons, it might be quite useful to have a zip in the bottom of your
I
bag.
have done that before. So these are the 2 lining panels, and you need to do exactly the same with the corners here. Now, when you are at home, yours are going to be absolutely perfect because you're going to have the time to do it.
You're not going to be rushed
You won't.
because you won't have to do it in an hour.
You won't have someone staring at you.
I know it's like
corner of your
sewing
eye.
under pressure. This is, isn't it?
Yeah. That's okay.
You haven't even got a cup of tea. I've got a cup of tea.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I just
Oh,
love-
look, last few chances for the black braces.
I've just
black
loved
tape
sewing.
making scissors, 30 centimetre with tape. They're not the rubbish ones that Wendy's working with.
Stop it!
These aren't just any scissors.
These
are black dressmaking scissors with their shears, with sewing, with tape measure and
So
stitch
again,
ripper.
get away from your scissors. You'd have the
I'm
corners
just filling
all
time
cut
while
out
you're
as well,
cutting
so
out.
it will look like a rectangle with corners cut out.
Yes.
And then you get your zip. Now, don't be scared of zips. The first thing you need to do is change your foot. So I'm just going to release, that's my dual feed foot gone. Then I'm going to take my foot off and I'm going to replace it with the zipper foot. It's always advisable to use a zipper foot. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take our zip, and you can see here, that's it, the top of the bag.
Yes.
We're going to place the zip right sides together. So the teeth, the sticky uppy teeth,
Yeah,
they
the
stick
right
up.
side of the
That's
zip.
the right side.
Yeah.
So you turn that right sides together with the fabric.
Yes.
And
So this is where you could glue it.
I would, again, I'm tight for time, but yes,
But-
glue it, or the tape is
So
fantastic.
yes, so we have got the. Oh, I've lost my glasses. Then we have got the tape here. Now I've heard we had some of this on last week. Everyone swears by this.
Yeah, brilliant.
Double-sided
Absolutely brilliant.
tape.
It's
So
brilliant.
that's the one there, the Clover double-sided tape. So rather than the pinning and the clipping that Wendy's doing, just tape it.
So what you would do,
$5.99.
you would tape it,
Yes.
and then you would stick your zip down right side to the fabric and the zipper right side.
So you get better accuracy.
Well, it holds everything in place
Yes.
as well for you. And then you would put another layer on the top here, because now we're going to put the right side of the lining fabric
Yes.
here. So if you've got tape,
And the glue,
zip,
so
tape
glue
this,
or tape.
Glue
either.
or tape, they're both
And
brilliant.
it's fabric glue. So with the tape and the glue, you can sew through it.
Oh,
So
they're
it won't
fantastic.
gum up your needle. It is actually, both are designed. The glue pen is also for £5.99. That comes with one refill with it, and one in it, so you get two. And you can buy the refill pack as well, which I would advise, because it's really annoying when
Absolutely.
it runs out.
Yeah.
£7.99 for the refill pack.
And once you've got the pen, you've got it forever.
But so the pen is forever. The refills are just there. But
Yeah.
you can sew through them without gumming up your machine, your needle, because they have both the pen and the tape have been designed for fabric.
And it actually does work because I use it.
No,
an awful lot.
I do.
Now,
I use the glue pen.
I'm doing the clip method. So I clip it in place first. And what I actually do is I would sew within the allowance first.
Yes.
But what I'm doing here is I'm just placing, so you want now the right sides together. It's hard to tell, but this is the right side against here. And I want to line, I'm interested in here. You can see that I've overlapped the zip slightly each end.
So the zip is longer than
The
you
slip
need, which is
at
fab.
The zip is longer, and that's the whole point of making it easy. And then all we're going to do is we're going to place it up. So now we've got the zip sandwiched in between, and I'm just moving those clips and I'm repositioning them. So just make sure you've got fabric, zip, fabric, and then I'm just going to sew, get my zipper foot, and I'm just going to sew over, on the edge, and on your foot you've got a left and a right where you put your needle. So I've got my needle in the left hand position of the foot, and I'm just going to place it down, and then you've got like a little, it's like a little notch on the edge of the foot that goes over the top of the zip. So I can just feel it against the zip, and then I'm sewing along the edge, and because I've got quite a lot of fabric there, I have got a 2.8 stitch length, and then I'm just sewing. And putting zips in aren't hard. It's not a hard thing to do,
No, it's
but it
just
is
about
scary, isn't it?
The prep, isn't it?
Yeah, and so you will have much more time than I have to make sure they actually
Yeah, because I
fit.
always either stick or glue the zip
Yes,
on first.
absolutely.
Then working with three
Yeah.
fluid layers is not easy.
And this is a perfect example, and you will see now, because I haven't had time to do that, my lining fabric has shifted. And you can see, and that's a really good point. So my lining fabric has shifted. So what you need to do is either glue or the tape it.
But that's fine. That
Right.
all makes sense.
So that is the first half of my zip inserted. That was so easy,
It's
wasn't
great,
it?
and if it's wonky and wrong side, just undo it and do it again.
Do it again,
It's
which I
fine.
will on-
So
I will
doing
do it
that
on
is
this
not
one.
it's not
It isn't.
difficult. But
It isn't.
Or even if you just want to tack it by hand, if you've never done it before, but just so but the first layer. But that's great.
That is perfect tacking it by hand, because then you can do quite big stitches, and then you would remove those. So I wouldn't do those within the seam allowance. I would actually
but there
do
is-
nice big ones.
If putting in a zip is what's holding you back,
Yeah,
then you just
definitely.
give it a go.
And then you've exposed, so you've put it on one side, and now we've exposed the other side
Yeah.
of the zip. So you would pull this fabric back and you would press it. Now be really, really careful, because we have got a nylon zip here, so you don't want to be touching the zip. But what you want to be getting is both these fabrics back as far as they can and press them, and then you would top stitch along here, and then when you open and close the zip, you're not going to get any fabric caught into it. So I've done that pretend. So now what I'm going to do is this is the tricky part where people get a little bit confused, because now we have to put the other two pieces on. The top tip is to turn them so you want it to see what it would look like when it was finished. And then you flip it over.
So that you don't sew the bottom.
Yeah. So you've got
Yeah.
them. That's how you want it to be. So you just flip it over, and then you want to make sure that you line up these ends, and then we clip them in place. But again, you will have time. Just take your time here, because something like a zip that's been put in a bit wonky, or your top stitching isn't quite right, it will show. And it's if you are going to be selling these, it will be the difference between you being able to command more money for it. And I'm all about that.
But I think, if you've got a weekend away, there's nothing nicer than going away with a brand
Yeah.
new bag, is there? Just a real
And then
treat. isn't
turn it over,
And
and you
then-
have to ignore the zip now, because you've got your fabric. So your fabric's there. The right side of your fabric is behind that zip. So now we just put the right side. You just forget that all this is here. just put your right side against that fabric. And you can see I am out here. I'm not going to finish this bag because this is not as good as I want it. So I am going to be undoing this in the break and remaking it.
But when you do it, you will either be sticking it or tacking it or gluing whatever, and just take your time.
And I know when you said you can have too many pins, you absolutely can't.
No,
Don't be frightened to overpin or overclip. So we're just moving them as we go, and then you do exactly the same. How much time have I got? Have I got any?
About 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. Right, I will get this side in
About
then.
4 minutes and 23 seconds.
Ish. So I'm going to do exactly the same at this side.
Right, while you do that, I'm
Yep.
going to do a little roundup.
Oh,
If that's
please
all right
do.
with you. So, if you want to make the bag that Wendy is currently doing, the Highland Stag, in the kit you get the full instructions, all the pictures and everything you need to know. You get 1 metre of this beautiful Highland Stag fabric, lovely sort of olivey sage green background, it's like that kind of tweed colour, 1 metre of the charcoal grey canvas, and a long zip. Morning, Neil. Morning, Neil. He's coming to watch us. The other bundle, so the one that is in this bag here, the one that Wendy made for the demo, you get the full instructions. You get 1 metre of this beautiful, remember this is Moda. This isn't just any fabric. This is Moda fabric. You get 1 metre of the Moda fabric, and you get 1 metre of this beautiful pale blue linen fabric, and a whole zip. And remember, the best thing is the zip is slightly longer than you need, which makes it so much easier to do. So the only thing that you need to buy is the wadding, which you need 1 metre of, but everything else is included in there. Finally, for this really pretty one, I love this one. You get this beautiful floral, but like an autumn floral because it's got blackberries in it. That comes with an ivory canvas fabric. So this really is sort of very pretty sleepover, girls' weekend away, brilliant. Make one for your hen party, for everyone coming to a hen weekend. If we have a hen party, we're going to make one. We'll just have one. Been married long enough to have a hen weekend. And it comes with the zip as well. Right, so that's a quick roundup of all the kits.
Brilliant. So I just wanted to quickly show you that I've done my zip. I've put my zip in now. And as you can see, it's longer than it actually needs to be.
Right.
Can we see? Are we coming in? Has Elliot fallen asleep?
Pardon?
Elliot's fallen asleep.
No, he's just talking to Neil.
Oh, okay then.
Elliot,
oh,
can
thank
we
you.
have
No,
a
no,
close-up,
please.
please?
Now you'll see that the zip is longer than needed. So make sure that you actually pull the zip back before you trim it to size, because
otherwise the slide will fall off.
Exactly. And a little tip to do is just do a little bit of stitching backwards and forwards within the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Do it both ends, because the amount of time I've pulled the zip back like that and it's just flown off the other end.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
Yeah. And then to construct the bag, it's as simply as just doing the box corners.
But you just do them at the top and the bottom.
So you put the right sides together, the linings together, and you box all the bottom corners, and the only difference with the top corners is you do 2 of them together. So you're going to have the lining and the main fabric all in the same box, but it explains it in there.
But it explains it all in here. Okay. Fantastic.
And I'm going to unpick this zip because it's gone in wonky. So I'm going to make it in the break, and you can have it for your weekend travels.
Oh wow!
after.
Now I think I've got a bag. I think Elliot should have this.
For his Jimmy Jams.
Yes. For his little weekends away. He should be about time. Are you going away for a weekend, Elliot? Anytime soon? Yeah, he's going away.
Is he?
There you go. Wendy's going to finish it for you.
I will finish it for him.
Right. So. We've also, I tell you what we missed was the instructions on their own. So we've got the 3 kits. The tapestry one that we had at the beginning is sold out. The other 3 kits are quite limited. But if you have got your own fabric and you would like to make the bag, you will need 1 metre of the outer fabric and 1 metre of the lining. There are only 10 of the instructions on their own left. So if you do want these, they're £9.99. And we'll get exactly with everything else, tells you all the things you need. But there they are on their own. Anyway, so I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. We are doing full loads and loads of bags. So there's so many different bags. We've also got other fabric as well, and kits and things that you need for bag making. So I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffa in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffa when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter Stay. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
I'm so excited to tell you about Yarn Lane's Mystery Christmas Crochet Along, or CAL for short. Whether you're a crochet beginner or more experienced, you are going to love this project, as it builds each week into a beautiful, traditional Christmas blanket. But now this is the mystery part. To keep you guessing and to make it fun, we're going to keep the finished design a secret. So you'll only know what the finished blanket looks like at the very end when you add the border. We have set up a special members-only Facebook group where we'll be posting the next set of instructions each week, and you can ask me and Wendy Orlando, our star designer, any questions. It's going to be such a great community. So head to www.yarnlane.com for more details of how it all works and to buy your kit to join in with the Christmas CAL fun.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
And welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, I've got some lovely fabric here. This is like all the bag making fabric and the kits and everything. I love this. Anyway, these were launched yesterday. Guess what they are. Go on then. William Morris Fat Quarters. These are beautiful. We've opened them all up, but yours will come better packaged than this. Aren't they gorgeous? I love the way, actually, when I said to Kat, they love the way they're folded. They look like they're in a fabric, a curtain fabric shop. So these at that end, the reds, sorry, I'm just going to move that slightly. So look at these, 10 William Morris fat quarters. Now these are American fat quarters, so which means they're 18 by 22 inches because they work in yards. So in the pack, 10, $39.99. Oh wow, these are beautiful. $3.99 for a William Morris fat quarter. I mean, look at that. They are absolutely gorgeous. So in this bundle, this is the antique red bundle, you get that one. Love this one. Oh. Well, I don't know about bag making. I think I'll be making a quilt with these, to be honest. Although you can make a lovely patchwork bag with them. Oh, they're lovely. One fat quarter is one cushion front. So when you think about it, that's 10 cushion. That's 10 William Morris cushions if you use a different fabric on the back. 5 tote bags, front and back. 10 tote bags, use a different bag on the. I mean, it's just beautiful. Let me open that one because that's a big print. Look, isn't that cool? You've got the lovely acanthus sleeves and that lovely red. I mean, I love the William Morris red. I love his teal as well. But the red. Oh, look, just realised there's Strawberry Thief. Gorgeous. Upside down. Strawberry Thief. Isn't that lovely? Absolutely stunning. The red of William Morris is it's almost like a brick red. It's very subtle. It's like because a lot of the William Morris, these designs were either on wallpaper, they're actually painted onto walls as well. So it's like the sort of faded paint. I love the spot one. It's not spot, is it? It's like little speckles. And then in this one, you've got a lovely navy background, but it features elements of the red as well. Bigger Strawberry Thief. I think this is my favourite. Look, upside down. Gorgeous. So isn't that lovely that you get that miniature one that's there and then you get the larger one as well? Oh, I love these. So this is quilt making, bag making, cushion making, everything making. And these are the 10 you get. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's nothing mystery about this. You will get these 10. And then at the end, you get this lovely teal one that's got this sort of faded shades of red in it. So 10 for $39.99. They are 18 by 22 inches each one. They are just beautiful. So we launched them only yesterday. Brand new on air. So we're on very limited stock, but we did have a little bit less, so we thought we would bring them to you today because I know you don't all watch every day, obviously. So for those of you who missed them yesterday, we do have a little bit left. So that's the antique red, okay? I'm just going to move that one. I'm going to go on to the tealy one next. Is this one called teal? It's the lighter blue. Seafoam. So this is the the real traditional teal William Morris, the colour that is really iconic. So you've got that one. You have also got, I'll lay them out like this so you can see, you've got the miniature Strawberry Thief, the same as that is in the red, but this beautiful like ocean blue teal background. I love this one. We have this one. This is from the Orkney collection, the oak leaves. That's gorgeous, isn't it? We've got the Strawberry Thief again, but in that beautiful teal acanthus leaf colour. And there are the acanthus leaves. You've got a really nice balance of print size here. So some of the prints are large, some of them are your sort of your low volume print, which is just a much more interesting plain. You can use these for things like borders and sashings, but they've got more interest in them. I think it's, yeah, my first ever show. Oh, look at that. That reminds me, that's wallpaper, isn't it? I've seen that wallpaper. That's beautiful. Yeah, my first ever show I had William Morris fat quarters. So I absolutely, when was that? That was a year ago. I absolutely love. This one's Golden Lily. I love these William Morris. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? What's lovely as well is that I think it's very difficult to choose. So when you get a fat quarter pack, you don't have to. So look at this one. When you look amongst it, although it's like a plain fabric, let me open it. It's got rabbits in amongst it. And you can obviously see the birds, the strawberry thieves, but this has got the rabbits in it as well. Well, a lot of William Morris fabric, it's all flora and fauna inspired. Love the background to get, so you can really see this colourway. I tell you what, this would work really well with, when we did a Bargello quilt last week, you've got a lot of movement of colour from darks all the way through to lights. And look at that one, there's the large scale one. I think I prefer that one to the red one actually, in the big scale. Oh no, this is it. This is my favourite. Very long time ago, I did a needlepoint cushion by Beth Russell, and it was this hair. A lot of her, if you know needlepoint and Beth Russell, a lot of hers are inspired by William Morris, and I did exactly that hair with the beautiful acanthus leaves. It's got the peacock. I mean, is that not stunning? I think that's a fox, and it's got a fox as well. What is that one called? Forest. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's just absolutely timeless. I don't think it would matter when you would. William Morris is just always beautiful. So that is the Seafoam colourway. Again, $39.99 for 10 fat quarters. That's only $3.99 for a fat quarter, which is amazing. So let me put these to one side. I mustn't get them mixed up. Then we've got Twilight. Now, yesterday, this was the most popular. Now we've only got teens left of this one. I don't know. I think of the teal colourway as being more William Morris. So let's go through this one. We've got the miniature strawberry thief. We've got the large. I'll just open that one up so you can see. That's the large strawberry. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, well no, sorry, it had a bird on it. It's not the strawberry thief. This is the sort of the large, bigger print one. I'm going to find him. There's the large strawberry thief. There he is. Just gorgeous, isn't it? I love it in this one because the strawberries really stand out in this colourway against the it's a real dark navy background. That's those three. Then we've got the lovely dot. Goes so beautifully, doesn't it? Because sometimes with the collection you don't want all big prints, you need a bit of a low volume one. Love this one. This is the same as the teal one. So you've got the rabbits, well they're probably hares, aren't they? Always hares. And the birds. That one is called Brer Rabbit. There we go. Love this one. Gosh, it looks so different because that was in the teal one, but in that colourway it looks completely different, doesn't it? Beautiful. Then you've got the oak leaf design with the navy background, but a lovely, not even cream, it's like a beigey colour pattern. Then you have that one. They've all got names. That's from the Mineral Collection. Michaelmas Daisy. Then we have, I'm going to open that one up because it's quite a big one. Pure Honeysuckle and Tulip. These are this is from his collection where the prints are the same as the traditional prints, but they've faded them. They've made them all a bit, knocked them all back, the colour a bit, so they're all more muted. So they blend better with things. I think that's, is it the, I can't remember the collections now. What? I'll say, or maybe it says on one of the others what the name of the collection, where all the colours are knocked back, so it's the same print, but it's just a bit traditional. And look at that one, that is very beautiful, very, very traditional William Morris, very detailed. Again, all 10 of these, $39.99 in the Twilight colourway, $39.99 for all of them. So you can use them all together. You know the colours will all go together. You can use them separately. You could just have them in your stash. You could split them up. You could give them away as gifts to people if you could bear to. Beautiful. Now I've got one more for you, which is this. Oh, I love this one. So if you, parchment, if you love neutrals, you will love this one. I love this one. Isn't it gorgeous? So you've got the, look at this one's full of acorns. And you've got a large, much bigger scale print. Actually, I should do this in colour order. Right. Well, because it's not in the right order. Okay. There we go. So there's the darkest one. And then the next one. So these are like your acanthus leaves, but in a very, very lovely neutral palette. Then this beautiful one. Look at that. So these are all the William Morris prints, but in a neutral palette. And at the moment, if you have a look at quilt designs, there's a really big trend for neutral quilts. And I was quite interested to see the other day a lot of log cabin designs that have all been done in creams and whites. So you don't have the massive contrast between the two sides of a log cabin you would normally do. But by doing them in a neutral colourway, it's absolutely timeless and classy. It goes with everything. You can put it in any decor. So if you made a quilt for a bedroom, it will go with anything. If you make cushions, but it's really, a lot of people are quilting now with these neutral palettes, and it is actually quite stunning. Love that one. I'm going to put, see, I'm putting these in colour order. That's the lovely acorn one that I started with. I've had to go backwards now. Then we have this one. Look at the size of the print on that one. The beautiful flowing of the leaves and the detail. This is in the parchment colourway. Then I think these are quinces. Quinces, I'm sure they're quinces. But the traditional one of this is a lot deeper and brighter, but they've all been presented in this colourway because they're just more neutral. Then, oh, I think we might have this one. So again, that's the same as the leaf in the other one, but with a slightly sort of, it's kind of fossil colours, stones. And I like this one. This is like a trellis grid with all the sort of the flowers and the leaves. Really lovely. Nice for quilting on that one. She's got nice lines on it already. I'll move my little stash up. There we go. Then you've got all the twining leaves going together in that one. And then finally, the lightest one. So when you look at that collection of the parchments, look at how the colours go from dark to light. They graduate beautifully. Now, if you love William Morris, why not get this one with any of the others? Because it will go with the blues or the teals or the reds. But then you've got, you know, to have 20 fat quarters, you can really make something with that. But these will all go. I mean, the thing is with the William Morris palette, any of the colours will go together. So you could buy any of the fat quarter packs and they will go. But this is a lovely one to blend in with the others because it adds a little bit of balance. You imagine doing log cabin with this on one side and any of the other colours on the other side of it. It's just stunning. So $39.99. So if you didn't see them yesterday, just to remind you of them. And of course, imagine how well they'll go with the early bird, which I had earlier. Here it is, of the purse frames. I mean, I said, right, if you're with me at 8 o'clock this morning, you don't need a lot of fabric for a purse frame. And therefore, when you've got these fat quarters, you don't want to be wasting any of these beautiful William Morrises. They would look absolutely stunning with this. So in the pack, £7.97. Now this is normally £8.97. You get the 3 purse frames. You get the largest size, which is 13 centimetres. Then you get the 9 centimetres and then the 8 centimetres. Sorry, I was reading that backwards. So you've got like a little purse. You've got either a bigger purse or a clasp. You can use this one for the top of a glasses case. You just have a longer body. And then you've got a larger clasp purse there. And the large and the medium ones have rings on, so you can put a strap on there as well. Now the price will go back up to £8.97 at midnight, so this is just the special offer today if you want those. Just to remind you. Oh yeah, there we go. Now, this is extra special because we didn't know we were going to get it because it's sold out. So we are having it remade, so there might be a slight delay, but look at the size of this panel. £19.99. Let me show you. So I've got to get the right way up. So the instructions are printed on the panel. And look, this is the front. Hang on, I've got to turn that one round that way. Right. So this is the front of the bag. Do we have a picture of the finished bag? We're just having a look. It looks a bit of a funny shape like that. It isn't really like that. It has the rainbow stripes. Look, there it has the rainbow stripes behind it. But that's what it looks like. So that is the front. Actually, yes, so the front has got the sewing machine on it. There we go. Let me show you this. It doesn't really matter. So you can choose which is the front and the back, but it features those beautiful prints. Everything you need is on the panel. You've got the stripes that go on the lining, you've got the black binding, you've got the handles, you've got this beautifully illustrated, exclusive to Sewing Street. So look at this beautiful sewing machine surrounded by flowers, and that's, well, you can choose. We've managed to get hold of it today, but this might be the last time we've got it. And then you've got this one on the back. Socialite. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So if you missed out on Saturday, we do have it again. We've got pockets that have got threads and ribbons. We've got a bit of coordinating fabric. Look, even the binding fabric is printed on the bias already, so you don't have to waste fabric cutting on the bias. And we didn't think we were going to be able to get it back in stock, so we're really lucky. But look, at the bottom, you've got all the instructions, so they're on there at the same time. It tells you everything you need to do. So all you need with it is a metre of plain fabric for the lining and some wadding. It says H640 or interfacing, but just any wadding or interfacing just to give it a bit of structure. You don't have to have that, but if you want to give it a bit of extra structure. And all the instructions on there. There are loads and loads of these in baskets. I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it? You even get two triangles of coordinating fabric. So everything you need to make this beautiful bag is on this panel. He was so excited, because he's been working with Sewing Quarter. So, oh gosh, I haven't said that for a long time. He's been working with Sewing Street to create this exclusive panel. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Beautiful. So lucky that we've actually got it in, because we thought when it had sold out on Saturday we wouldn't get it back, and I know there were a lot of you who were disappointed because you'd missed out on it, but it is absolutely beautiful. Lovely. Ah, look, there's a picture of the whole panel, because it's hard to get it all out on the desk. It is honestly, it's absolutely huge, because it's 1.40 m wide, and I think it might be 1.40 m long as well. And it's even got like some pieces on the bottom to make key fobs. This bag belongs to. So you can make these little key fobs. It's got the tabs to go on it. It's got the fob loops. Socialite, I love that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And it explains everything on here, exactly how to do it. Totally exclusive to Sewing Street. But I'm not sure we'll be able to restock it, because it is a massive panel. Well, I mean, if I'd known at the beginning of today that we'd had it, I'd have mentioned it at 8 o'clock, but we weren't sure. So, bit of a bonus, because I know. Just remember, because we're having it done specially for today, there might be a slight delay on these, but we may not get these back in stock after today. We don't know. So if you missed out and you want it, you need to put it in your basket and check out to be sure it's yours. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, let's do cork. Because somebody messaged in earlier about cork. Now we've got instructions for Debbie Shaw's zipper tote. This was on yesterday's show, massively popular. It's gorgeous, gorgeous cork tote. For the instructions, £9.99. Now it tells you what you need in here. So you need 50 centimetres of cork, so half a metre of cork and half a metre of canvas to make this bag. And then you need some interfacing and some webbing for the straps. So basically the basic fabric is half a metre of cork and half a metre of canvas. Everything you need to know is in here, all the instructions. Gorgeous. And it's really lovely because she's really got, there's so many photos, she's gone through it in such detail so you can see everything. But Debbie loves working with the cork because it is sustainable. It's also wipe clean, really lovely to make. It makes a beautiful bag, doesn't it? And we've got lots of different ones here, so let me go through these. So if you want the bag, and because she has developed this bag specifically for cork, then you know it's going to work, which is quite important. So we have got, let's start at the top. This one is rainbow. Now, if you've never worked with cork, it is actually real cork, but what it's done is they slice like the thinnest layer of cork, and then it's bonded to a backing fabric. So you can cut it, you can sew it, it doesn't fray, which is fantastic. You can cut it with scissors, you can cut it with rotary cutter, you can whip through the machine on it. It doesn't need anything special because it is an incredibly thin layer of cork that then is bonded onto this backing fabric. So it has a really nice weight to it, almost like, I would say it has a similar weight to like a PU. But it's not super thick, it goes through the machine absolutely fine. So this is the rainbow grain. So if you look at it, I can't believe that's only £8.99 for half a metre because it's really wide as well, isn't it? Let me just get my tape measure and I'll tell you how wide it is. My lovely tape measure. 140. Just an excuse to get my new scissor set up. So it's 8% cork, 18% cork, 82% PU because it's bonded onto that layer. So it is actually real cork, but it's just so thin that it's flexible and you can sew through it. I love this. It's almost like someone has got the speckles of paint and just splashed it all over it. It's lovely. Beautiful. Oh yeah, pencil sharpeners. So we've also got this one in a black and white. Oh, I like that one. It's rather nice, isn't it? There it is in the black and white. There we go. It's lovely, isn't it? That's really nice, isn't it? Actually, I tell you what, the black looks really good. It makes the cork almost look more realistic because the black looks like you've got the holes in the cork, like the little gaps. Cork is beautiful for bag making. Really, really nice. That's I love that one. I've often wondered what it would be like if you did dressmaking with it, because wouldn't it make like an amazing like A-line skirt or something? Just because it'd be so structured. It's just gorgeous though, isn't it? Lovely for just even making little things like small purses and wallets. Really nice for wash bags as well. Particularly if you want to make like a wash bag for a man and you think, oh, they won't want anything that sort of fabric. This is lovely. It looks really good. And you imagine how much it would cost to buy a cork wash bag. And half a metre, £8.99. You can make loads of them. This one, very sparkly. This is the silver shimmer. Again, it's just got, look, can you see the shimmer in it? So it's got, if you look, if I move it around, you can see the shimmer. So every sort of, all the outlines of the different shapes of the cork have got silver on them. So if I move it, oh, camera just died. Tell me when it's come alive again. But it's got a beautiful shimmer to it. So you don't see it all the time, but as soon as it moves, it's really nice, really subtle, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? You can see how the sort of the silver outlines all the different areas of the cork. I mean, you know, half a metre, you get loads done with that. Little backpacks, I've seen those sort of miniature backpacks in it. They look just really stunning. But what's nice as well is that you can use it. If you've got like the base of a bag, the bottom section, and it comes up a little bit on the sides, it looks lovely in cork because it actually teams together really well with ordinary fabric or canvas fabric. But it is really, it's a really nice PU alternative. beautiful. Now, if you love the shimmer, but you want it in gold, look at that. Look, you can really see, look at because there's the gold edge. Look at the gold on that. In fact, if that's this one, I'd cut off that edge and use that bit because that's just the selvage. But look at the shimmer on this one. I have to move it around so you can really see it, but it's beautiful, isn't it? What's lovely is that it's got that shimmer to it, but it's not too much. You know, it's not like massively in your face shimmer. It depends on the light that you hold in it and what you see. Question, how much do you need for Debbie's bag? You need 1/2 metre. Yeah, and 1/2 metre of canvas. And the canvas is basically used for the lining. She also has 1 metre of webbing, and these are for the straps, and she's got a 10-inch zip. Oh, right, so but if you want, you can make the straps from the cork. So only 1/2 metre. So if you get the instructions for this, and 1/2 metre, that's it. And then you just need, it's for the lining, really. That's gorgeous. I love the gold shimmer. Oh, another question from Christine. Love the bag on the dressmaker's model behind you. Have the demo for it yet? Well, funny you should say that. Tomorrow morning, we have got 8 o'clock. Becky Alexander Frost is here with her brand new bag. Look at this. I love the clasp. It's called Kick the Bucket, obviously, because it's a bucket bag. It's got a pocket. I love the clasp, and I think the kits are going to have all the hardware in them, which is brilliant because I love that little bit that says handmade. This is like something you would honestly, this is boutique, isn't it? It's got a lovely zip across the top, which is always nice. It's a really nice size. On the back, you've got pocket, and it's got a magnetic clasp. So all the hardware, it's got a strap. You've got sliders, D-rings, toggle clasps. Oh, and these are really nice as well. So we had to get her in. We had to get Becky in for bag making, didn't we? She's like the queen of bag making, so she had to come in for this, and she has designed this Kick the Bucket because it's I mean, it is so beautiful, isn't it? It's exactly. Can you imagine? I mean, so tomorrow morning we won't be putting it on order till tomorrow morning, but from 7:30 tomorrow morning it will be available on pre-order. But this is like something you'd go to a designer shop. And it's not something where you go, oh, you'd buy that in a shop. It's designer, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. And the kits come with the hardware, which is really important because when you think you've got D-rings, so you can have it as a handbag, and then it has the D-rings, so you can change it. You can have it as a shoulder bag. You can change it because it's got the adjustable clasp there. Oh, I like. Oh, these are nice, aren't they? Swivel, lovely. Thank you for your question, Christine. That's brilliant. And it is tomorrow. Don't worry. It's a thing of beauty, that is. 2 more corks. These are your plain corks. So if you don't want any sparkle or glitter or colours, these are the plain ones. So they're just. So this is the fine cork, and this is the slightly wider. So it just is the size of the pieces. So if you just want a really plain, fine grain cork, oh, there we go, coming in, there we go, there's my fingers. Ooh. But this is lovely, isn't it? So again, I mean, this goes really, really well with any colours of fabric, really. But if you want to use cork mixed with other things, but they do make lovely little purses and wallets. Doesn't have to be bags. You can stitch on it. I mean, you can hand stitch on it, so you can embroider on it as well. But again, it goes through your sewing machine really nicely because it's just the thinnest, like shaving, I don't know how they do it, bonded onto like a canvas PU fabric. Yeah, and the good thing is with cork, it's completely sustainable because the tree regrows. So really good, isn't it? Love this fabric. So that's the fine grain. But if you want one that has a little bit more texture to it, this is the medium grain. It's really nice for making little labels from as well. So if you want to cut out something, you know, like when you have on a pair of jeans and there's always a label, that sort of thing, if you want to put a label on a bag or something. But, you know, things like wine bags, if you're giving bottles of wine for Christmas, you can make lovely little structured totes with this. Lovely. That's your cork. That's a corker of cork. Right. So let's do, we have got some of Becky's patterns today. And the great thing about Becky's patterns is they come with with the bits, because there's always the things that are hard to find. So this is the commuter backpack, DAB 991. In here you get the pattern and all the hardware and the zips, which is really important. So if I open this up and show you, because this is the thing that's hard to find, and I know so many of you say, wow, that's what it looks like when it's finished. So many of you say, I've got loads of fabric already, I just need the pattern and the bits. So you've got everything. You've got that's, you know, the zip for the pocket, you've got the double-ended zip, so you can, that goes around the top of the backpack, you've got the webbing for the handles, and then you've got the special clasp to do it up, and the instructions. So all you have to do is provide the fabric. You need 1/2 metre of outer fabric, 1/2 metre of contrast, 1/2 metre of another contrast, and 1.5 metres of lining. But it's these bits that are hard to find, aren't they? Only $29.99. So you have got a 1-inch quick release, 2 1-inch quick release buckles, a 26-inch number 5 zip with the 2 zip pulls, because that's where you use to undo the backpack across, you know, when it goes like that, and a 10-inch zip, a metal handmade tag, and a plastic strap slider, and that's inside there. So if you want to use your own fabric, this is fantastic, because I know, well, you know, we try to cover all things, because we like to sell you fabric that you want, but also we do know, and it's got stickers, I love sewing, we know that a lot of you have fabric already. Wouldn't it look nice with, I'm just thinking William Morris. Oh, can you imagine the William Morris commuter backpack? Look amazing. Question from Catherine. Hi Rebecca, is the cork waterproof? I don't know. Water resistant, I'd say, because it's definitely wiped clean. I'm not sure it's 100% waterproof, but it is the sort of thing you can use for the base of a bag so you can sit it down. I don't know. I don't know whether it's 100% waterproof. I'd need to find that out, but it's certainly water resistant. Right, this is the other one with hardware. This is the Walk With Me bag. So in this one, you get everything you need. You get the pattern, and you get everything. You get the plastic canvas that goes on the bag base. In fact, I will read this out to you and tell you what you get. You get the pattern booklet, the magnetic snap. This is all in here. Plastic canvas base, 20-inch of bias binding, D-rings, lobster class, adjustable strap slider, 28-inch number 5 zip, metal handmade tag, 10-inch number 3 zip, and a middle zip end. That's a lot, isn't it? All for $39.99, and then all you have to do is provide the fabric for that. And that's the bag that it makes. Beautiful, isn't it? It's all those details. I think it's with anything, if you put the right hardware in, it looks amazing. Love that bag. So if you want to just make it with fabric that you've already got, but when you've got that finished, and I think it's having, you know, when you look at the hardware that's in it and the fact that you've got the number 5 zip, that's beautiful. Look at all of the different pieces. They're just, you know, really beautiful quality hardware as well. And to get the small piece of plastic canvas, you'd normally have to buy like a massive sheet, but that's just the size that you need, and all the zips, because these are the things that are hard to find, aren't they? But she's provided them all for you. So if you want to buy, we've also got the pattern without the hardware for the commuter backpack. So if you just want that and you want to provide your hardware because you've already got those sort of things, we have got the pattern on its own. Have you got that one? Have you got that one? So that's £11.50, and that is just the pattern. So remember, you don't get the hardware with that, you get just the pattern, £11.50. You know, because sometimes, you know, you want to do things differently, or you don't want the buckles, or you don't need the whatever. But it's nice to give you options, because we know a lot of you have hardware, a lot of you have fabric. You know, to have all the options is wonderful. William Morris backpack. Next pattern on its own is the Queenie bag set. And this has got all 3 sizes of bag. So you've got everything you need to know, and on the back it tells you the fabric that you will need to buy and all the hardware that you'll need. But you can make 3 sizes of bag with this Queenie bag set. And £13.50. What a great way to use up your fabric. So if you've bought a bit of William Morris, you could do with this bit of cork. The next one is the Adventurer backpack. £13.50. It's lovely, isn't it? In it again, on the back, it says what you need for it. 1 metre of main fabric, 3/4 metre contrast, 1.5 of lining. So it's all in there, everything that you need to know to make this. So if you've got a load of fabric in your stash, it's beautifully constructed. It's very professional, isn't it? You've even got those sort of little triangle pieces that you always get on proper backpacks. But you can make it to suit whatever you want. So it can be specially for you. Then finally, we have the Ready for Anything bag. This, we're very limited on all of them. This is one we are particularly low on. That has got so many pockets. It's the total, it really will be completely. And on the front, it tells you everything that you need there. And this, so that it's just this, it's a lovely bag. And she's mixed together in this bag cork and plain fabric as well. But it has got so many pockets. This is like your super organised bag. And if you're going to make yourself a bag, it's great to have all the pockets. Question from Lynette. Good morning. What machine needle do I need to sew the cork? Thanks in advance, Lynette. Well, I mean, you can try with a jeans needle. I would just say you need something sharp. I mean, we often recommend when you're using PU or the vinyl, you can use a leather needle. But I would say, I mean, a universal needle will be fine. You may find if you're sewing with that and then you've got other layers as well, you may need to go up to a jeans needle, because the difference with the jeans needle, it's got a slightly thicker shaft, so it's just a little bit stronger. So start off with your universal needle. If it breaks, then move up to a jeans needle. But it is very easy to sew through. Really, really easy. Yes, Deckerville. Oh, no, there it is. Is this the... Yeah, it is. Deckerville is one of those really interesting interfacings that other interfacings don't do the same thing. I remember when I first came across it and I was working on Simply Sewing magazine, and one of our bag designers used it all the time. And I think, what is this stuff? But it's often used in bag flaps because it's very structured. It's got a really nice shape to it. It's beautifully structured. So it gives, you know, like on a flap of a bag or a backpack or a rucksack or something, you often get the front of it that is much stiffer. It gives you that effect that a heavyweight interfacing doesn't, because it's quite structured, but it's beautiful to sew with and cuts really, really nicely. Look at the size of the piece that you get in here. It's 1 metre by 90 centimetres. It's massive, and there's a special saving on that, save £3. But for that structured look, so even if you're making something like a backpack or a weekend bag or a rucksack and you want the outside to be very stiff, then this is the right thing to use. So it's like using a heavyweight interfacing, but it's hard to say it's soft and it's structure. It's quite flexible. It's nice to sew with. So it's malleable, you can move it around, whereas a heavyweight interfacing is a bit stiffer. You know, like sometimes you might think, oh, I'll use a buckram or something, but actually Deckerville is great for adding structure things, but without adding too much thickness. Because if you look at it, you can see it's very thin, but it gives a nice weight to a bag. They're all pre-cut, these are in 1 metre pieces, but that's a big piece. So if you do a lot of bag making, if you like bag making, you want to have different options to add different structures, then Deckerville is the way to go. Right, which one should I do next? I've got so many bags on my table. The tweed. I've got so many. Just the pattern, yes. So this is this is from Catherine, designed by Hannah Harrison. The tweed. Oh, I like this. That's really nice, isn't it? So this is just the pattern. In order to make this, you need 1 metre of tweed fabric, 1 metre of lining, 2 metres of interfacing, and 1 metre of fusible foam stabiliser, which is that Styleville. And you need 4 bag feet, a magnetic bag files, and leather bag handles. Isn't that beautiful? That's really posh, isn't it? So £15. Obviously, you don't need to use tweed fabric if you don't want to. You can use any fabric. Obviously, it needs to have a little bit of weight to it. You don't have to put Styleville in, but that will obviously gives it more structure. But if you've got fabric of your own, you want some inspiration, some ideas to do it, then this is the bag for you. And in here is the paper pattern from the Leicestershire Craft Centre with the templates and then all the instructions you need for how to create the bag. And it's even got a nice little tutorial on how to sew on those, you know, the leather bag straps that you can buy separately. There's a special tutorial in there. And loads of walkthrough photos, you know, go into detail like adding a magnetic clasp, because often that's a bit tricky, isn't it? So that's all in there. So if you want a nice pattern, it's beautiful, isn't it? Because it's got all the pattern pieces, so you could just reuse them. 15th of October was the most recent demonstration. So if you buy the pattern and you want to see how it's made, then go onto YouTube, put in Sewing Street 15th of October, and you'll be able to watch it back there. More patterns. So I have 3 patterns from Debbie Shaw. This has got so many patterns today. This is the Rosemary bag. This was on air yesterday, and she demonstrated it. So if you missed yesterday, in here you've got the patterns, the instructions, and there's a link to the video tutorial as well to make this beautiful rosemary bag. So it's got everything you need on that. It tells you what you'll need on the back as well. So you need fusible foam stabiliser, fabric for the outer, fabric for the lining, magnetic snap fastener. It's a beautiful little bag. So again, if you've got fabrics in your stash, you want to make a little bag. Look at that one, that's so pretty. It looks completely different in different fabrics, doesn't it? It's just 2.5 meters of fabric really. So if you just want the pattern and the instructions, then there it is. Yeah. And on the front of the pattern is the code that will take you straight through to the instructional video, so you get all of that as well. So that's really helpful. So if you're a beginner to bag making, or you want to move on to the next step but you need someone to hold your hand a bit, this is absolutely ideal because you've got the video tutorial with it. Next one, we have the Elizabeth bag, which is a little bit bigger. And with this one you need a metre of fabric and 1/2 metre of fabric. And again, there is the instruction, the video tutorial comes with that one as well. So £9.99 for that. So you've got the pattern and you've got the instructions and you've got the video tutorial if you want to make the Elizabeth bag, which is like, a, you know, sort of bag you can pop over your shoulder, just carry by the handles, take your picnic in it. Well, not this time of year. Finally is the Shelley bag, which is lovely. It's like your traditional satchel bag. And I like the way with this one, I mean, Debbie's used a whole mixture of fabrics. So she's got one fabric that's for the flap, one for the pocket, one for the front, one for the back. But, you know, you can do whatever you like with it. So if you've got a lot of different fabrics and you want to mix and match them, that's your sort of really traditional satchel bag. It's really set off by the clasp at the front as well. If you have a look on our website into the bag making section, we've got lots and lots of different clasps and all different things that you can use for bag making and things like D-rings and stuff. So if you need anything like that, again, this comes with the video tutorial, tells you exactly how to do it. And I'm pretty sure these magnetic clasp things we have on our website. Well, we did on Friday anyway. I like that. It looks lovely, doesn't it, in a different fabric. Quilting's good. I don't know with you, don't know. What did she say? What sort of fabric do you need? I mean, you could make part of it from cork. I'm not sure about the whole thing, but you could make the flap or the pocket from cork, couldn't you? That's a beautiful bag. So there's all the patterns. Got a book. Sewn bags, stylish bags for every occasion. So this is £9.99. £9.99. But look how many bags you get. Loads. All sorts of different bags. So if you want some inspiration, it's all in here. So you've got things like the summer bag. So it's lovely. You've got the full colour photo. You've then got everything you need, how to make it. And I like the fact they've got nice big diagrams because that makes it so much easier. A little clutch. Some of them are diagrams and some of them are photographs as well. So depending on what's easiest, it really goes into a lot of detail. Retro handbag. That's great. It's like a triangle handbag. Loads and loads of information and nice big clear photos as well. Messenger bag, that looks lovely in the tweed. Again, that's the sort of bag would look nice in cork. We have knot bags. These are so sweet, aren't they? The Japanese knot bags. See, remember those Japanese fabrics that we had at 9 o'clock? Be perfect for those. They're just really lovely, easy to bags. I like actually the way they photographed this. It's the sort of bag that you could really easily have hung on the stairs as well to put stuff in. Just a normal stylish shopper bag where you just want a little bit of fabric. You know, you've bought some fat quarters or half meters and you want a simple bag. That's ideal. The duffel bag, I like that. It's a great one. Just use a plate and that cuts the bottom of it. Duffel bag, festival bag. Again, that's got a circular base. I like the elastic pockets that go around the bottom of that. The slouch bag, that's nice, isn't it? I like that one. I like the knot. That's really nice, isn't it? Just chuck everything in and off you go. I think the knot is really nice. Backpack. See, a lot of time these bags are really set off by the extra little bits of hardware. It doesn't need to be anything massive or expensive, but it's just having the odd little buckle or D-ring that really makes a difference. And it's so simple. I mean, that's just like you're playing that. The cotton canvas that we had earlier, the one that they call cream, but it's like the seeded, would look beautiful in that one. A pretty tote, nice straps. There's a lot in here for £9.99. Loads and loads. That one's nice, isn't it? So if you want to show off your patchwork, so all you have to do is you have to have striped fabric. And then what they've done is by cutting the striped fabric, they've joined it together back in triangles, and then it creates the squares. So so if you look at this picture, you cut the striped fabric, joined it into triangles, and then it creates this amazing square. Very effective, isn't it? Actually, that's quite a nice little technique that you could use for other things as well. Travel bag. And it's nice because all of these bags are using slightly different fabrics. So you know what your stash is like and you think, well, I've got that, I don't know what else to do with it. It's all in here, everything that you could use. That's a nice one. The market bag, always very useful. And they've obviously put a nice big base on that so you can get loads of bottles and vegetables. Bottles and vegetables and things. That's interesting, isn't it? They've got round the top and the bottom, they've got like a PU that's just attached to give it some strength, which is quite a nice touch to it. Felted bag. So that's where you felt the, nice. This is a felted bag. It's a fun way to carry your knitting, yarn and needles, obviously. Like that. Always need bags to carry our knitting in. The reversible shopper, I like that one because I like the handles on it, the bamboo handles. I think we've done that one before. Ooh, that's very nice, isn't it? You'd need some really posh fabric. I like the way they've said to line it. You just need a pretty vintage scarf. It's quite a nice thing to put on the lining, isn't it? And then flowers. Reversible tote. That's quite a nice one, isn't it? Because it's got extra pockets on it. Lovely. Then we've got the lace clutch. That's nice, isn't it? Nice. I like the orange fabric they've got underneath. That's the one. Is that one the one on the front? The evening bag. Oh, yes. So I don't know actually whether it says how many projects you get in here. 20. Right. 20 projects. 50p a project. 50 pence. And then you've even got templates in here. No, it's all templates. So 50p a bag. That's amazing. Amazing. Don't forget, just the last thing is, because this has been extremely popular, the panel for Stuart's Socialite bag. Didn't know well, on Saturday they sold out. Didn't know we were going to get it back in. You've got everything you need on this panel, except for the lining, and you'll need a bit of wadding. But you've got all of the fabric you need to make this. $19.99, and the instructions are on there as well. There's the finished bag. So if you missed out on Saturday, there is the finished bag. $19.99. Everything you need is on that panel. So thank you. Thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. No, not you, Wendy. Don't go anywhere. You watching, because it's Yarn Lane coming up next. Very, very exciting. We are launching, we did the pre-order for it last week, but we are launching the beginning of the Yarn Lane Mystery Christmas Crochet Along. Now, I'll tell you more about it in a few minutes' time when we come on. But if you're watching on the TV, fine, you don't have to turn over. If you're watching on Facebook or the website, you will need to go onto yarnlane.com. But tomorrow on Sewing Street, we have 8 o'clock, Becky's going to be in with the Kick the Bucket bag that I just showed you that is gorgeous. You are going to love that. 9 o'clock, Yvonne's with us for the Village Street Rower Month. Is it the final? Wow, it is the final. So Yvonne will be with us then for the final. At 10 o'clock, Becky is back to show us Maisie and Milo bears. So I bet you didn't know. Oh, there's the final. Oh, it must be the stars at the top. Elliot didn't mean to show that one then. So I've seen these. They're in the office, Maisie and Milo bears. They're absolutely beautiful. Oh, they're behind me. Oh, they were in the office the other day. Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Shall I get one of them? I'm just going to get one to show you. So not only is she a fantastic bag designer, she is also a fantastic bear designer. So she is going, oh, look, they've got like beans in their paws. Oh, they're just gorgeous. They're like all squidgy. So this is Milo, but Maisie will be here as well. So she will be with us at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Yvonne is back with the Village Fabrics Harvest Makes. And at 12 o'clock, it's the Elna 780 Plus sewing machine. So there is a lot tomorrow. You are going to love that one. So thank you so much for joining me today on Sewing Street. It's been an absolute pleasure. But please don't go anywhere. Yarn Lane is on next. The Mystery Crochet Christmas Crochet Along is perfect for beginners. So if you haven't crocheted ever or for a while or would like to have a go, join me in just a few minutes' time when Wendy and I are going to be showing you all about it. But thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street.